go.
Hello everyone, and welcome to Ludo History. I'm Adam. I'm joined today with Blue from Overly Sarcastic Productions.
Hello, I am so excited to be here. This is the first time I've been on a stream in about 2 months to the day, so I'm out of practice, but we're gonna have a grand old time.
And, we're back with more AC Valhalla, and just like last time you were on, we're doing a mythological story arc.
And, oh boy, will it be a mess.
Will it be a mess? By the way, I showed this off last week, but I want you to see this, Blue. So, the most recent in-game store item, or entire armor set of stuff,
Yeah.
is called the Tyrannus set. Tyrannus is a Gaulish deity that might have wheel associations and or thunder associations, question mark. But,
Wait a minute.
it looks so bad.
That's just a gladiator armor. That's just like fantasy gladiator armor. What the hell?
Yep. And, shoutouts to the reindeer, which is actually the name. Literally translates from Irish to Old Woman from Vera. As in an old woman who writes poetry. An actual, we have poetry by Calachvera. And they turned her into a reindeer.
I love the implication that a deer wrote this poetry.
It's just a reindeer. Also a thunderbird, because, my god, we can't stay away from the yike sticks.
On the internet, no one knows you're a reindeer.
So, yeah, that's
Oh my god.
that stuff. And, you missed a lot. You missed a lot of story.
It looks cool, but also I hate it.
Yep. You've also missed a lot of story. So actually, as far as the main story goes, I am on the second to last quest of the game.
Oh wow.
So we have rescued Sigurd from Gnostic Jesus allegory Fulka.
What?
Also, oh yeah, it was super unsubtle. Literally our final fight with Fulka was her pulling a stone cross out of the ground and using it to try and beat us to death.
The lady who gives you drugs and sends you on the vision quests?
No, that's Valka, not...
Oh, god damn it.
Yes. Fulke was a member of the Order of the Ancients.
Oh, okay.
Who we spent a long time trying to locate in Oxford, and then she betrayed us, and then she captured Sigurd, and then she tortured him, and then she cut off his arm, and that turned him into Tyr.
Oh, yep, there goes the arm. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah!
Fascinating.
Yeah!
That's dumb. That sounds super dumb.
It's, mega dumb.
Also, I see you have a very curious looking shield. What exactly is up with that? Not to immediately throw us off the path too hard, but
Oh yeah.
You
No,
were telling
it
me
is
a little bit about this before.
Yeah, so this shield we found in Gloucestershire in the Neolithic site of Belasnap, which is an actual Neolithic long barrow. And it is called the Morrigan's Guard. As in the Irish folkloric being, the Morrigan. Who, deals with Cuchulainn. Also, it's an ECU artifact, because anything that references a god is an ECU artifact. And so it has... Yep. And so it has weird glowy bits. Also, this, big knot symbol probably represents the Christian Trinity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zoinks.
Yeah.
It really is fascinating that this game seems to imply that anything above the English Channel, across the Baltic Sea, or in the North Sea, it's just the same place.
It's just the same place.
North of continental Europe and above fucking Schleswig in Germany, anything above there, into Jutlands, nope. That's all of that. That whole thing, just above continental Europe, slightly north. It's all the same goddamn place. Ireland is the same thing as Norway, is the same thing as England, is the same thing as Iceland, is the same thing as apparently New England.
Exception. All Celtic places are the same, despite the Celtic-speaking peoples living from Ireland to Spain to Turkey. And literally everywhere in between.
And they're all the exact same, and they all wear deer skulls in the woods. And oh boy, I cannot wait for this DLC.
Yup. Oh yeah, you didn't see the Gloucestershire arc, but we did
I
recommend the
did not see Gloucestershire arc.
Gloucestershire.
It's like that sauce and how Babish always mispronounces it deliberately on his show.
Yup. It's terrible. And thank you, Brooklyn Iv, for the follow. I appreciate it.
Lost to history. A deliberate choice on their part, I think.
So anyway, we did complete the Magas Codex.
I could not say. They're written in a language I do not understand.
This is not true, Eivor. Eivor is just being modest here. Eivor can read every language.
Oh god, I'm looking at this armor. I'm trying to.
This is
I do not know
sorry.
enough about any of these things to be able to tell
Sorry.
just how much of a intercultural soup this armor is.
Sorry. That should help you.
Saint George.
Sure.
What?
Exactly.
How is the Saint George's armor?
Yeah.
I guess it's just because it has a red cross on it and the rest
Exactly.
is white. Like I get the design choice that was made by someone in the DLC armor team, but like, ugh.
Yeah, so
I see the choices made, and it's just, oh, man.
Chat, if you don't know, the historical St. George, as far as there is one, is probably from Syria in the 3rd century.
Yeah.
The cult of St. George emerges in England in the late 13th century, and by the 15th he is the patron saint of England. We are in the 9th century, there is no cult of St. George in England at this time, but for some reason, all of his, like, breastplate, early modern breastplate armor is in just, like, along the Severn.
Yeah, that's a full plate. What the hell?
And he clearly used a ginormous tower shield. And, you know, very famously, used a greatsword. Literally every depiction of him has him using a lance to stab a dragon.
Wow.
But no, it's a greatsword.
Just ignoring for the fact that you cannot wield a greatsword and a shield. That is dumb.
Yes.
Horshadiversary would be having an aneurysm looking at this.
Oh yeah, by the way, the St. George's cloak has the Last Supper on a silver plate on the shoulder.
Da Vinci's depiction of it?
No, just
okay.
looks like it is an actual medieval style. I'd probably say like cool. 14th century vaguely.
The letter is written in Demotic, so it may not mean much to you, but you're free to have a look.
By the way, so we'll need to be quiet for this part because there one reference, like your entirety of your reward for finding all 6 Assassin's Bureaus in England and getting all pieces of the Magas Codex is you get a letter from Bayek to Ea, voiced by Bayek.
Oh, that's right.
So, here we go.
A warning, my beloved. I have heard numerous tales now of a secret codex circulating among the acolytes of our bureaus, both within and without the empire of Augustus, called the Magas Codex. It names you directly as one of the founders of the Hidden Ones. Apart from putting your life in danger, it flies in the face of what we have tried to achieve with our brotherhood. We are justice seekers who shun the light of praise for our good works, and who must live in the shadows of our triumphs. Should you see any pages of this codex, I advise you to destroy them. Keep the dream of our Hidden Ones alive. Now, I am not so naive to think this will be a simple task. Few men and women are suited to keeping such secrets for so long. And it may be that we will fail in the end, but we will have failed in the name of righteousness. Take care, my love. My Iset. My Northern Star. Even in my waning years, I am ever your Osiris. Let our Horus live on beyond us. I think of you often, my jewel. At sunrise and twilight. At new moon and full. When the rain falls and the breath of a moon rides across my neck. I remember you kissing me. Just there. And I will take that feeling to my tomb.
So, this was, you know, the one thing that's actually vaguely sweet, because in Origins reference, though it does confirm that Red Day is actually an immortal magic child, which is kind of terrifying.
Which is a yikes trope.
It's a yikes trope, especially since he's one of, like, 4 black characters in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. But, speaking of Reda, let's see what the microtransaction store has done for us today. Oh, we're in for some treats. The Droiga bracers, which appear to have bones and glowy green knuckles. The Einherjar armor, which actually might be worth getting for the sake of actually having something meaningful to talk about? Maybe. Hell's Damnation hood, which is spiky as shit. And a light bow called the Raven's Beak. So, chat, you guys gotta decide. What are we doing?
What do you have today?
We have 222 opals, which means we can buy, potentially, well, we can buy either the bracers and one other thing. Or, I guess we could also get, like, the Angel of Death Raven, though that would cost all of our opals. I see Einherjar, I see Einherjar, I see Einherjar.
Let's go for the Einherjar, yeah.
Uh-huh. And, you know, we might... Let's see, that will leave us with 100. We might be able to actually do the weekly quest and then get another thing. Well, that might be quick to do. So,
Look at us.
let's actually do that quick, because the weekly quest should be 20.
That requires your special skill set.
2 days, Jon's Vikings code. Let's actually do that quick, and then we can get another terrible thing.
I'm kidding. The reward will be the same.
Thank you, Reda.
Hey, while we're here, I think I remember reading that the new River Raid mode, in addition to being dumb and not fun, apparently it takes you to like Wales into the marches. Is that true?
Oh yeah,
how do they handle that?
There are 3 rivers on the river raids. These little-known rivers that are used by Roman smugglers and no one has mapped out. The Eeks, the Severn, and the Dee.
God.
And at the end of the River Dee, you get to the fortress of Dewa Weektrix, also known as the City of Chester. In the 9th century, it was the City of Chester. But no, it still is this massive fancy Roman fort of Dewa Weektrix, and you get the Sword of St. George there.
Cool. I hate it.
Cool. It's actually tragic. Oh, by the way, thank you to the anonymous gifter who gifted a sub to AC Esquire. That means we just unlocked a new emote.
Ooh.
So we'll actually take a pause in a couple of hours to decide which emote you want. If you are subscribed, you will get to vote on which emote is the appropriate one to choose. So make sure you get those subs in.
Trina, Blue already sounds like you've wounded him.
Oh, we also got a channel point donation to change my equipment. You can do that for 1,200 channel points, where you can change my armor, tattoos, or weaponry to whatever horrors you want. By the way, we have Excalibur. It looks dumb. But the donation was by Peter Emrys for the glory of Double Flail.
Double flail. Oh no. Oh god, the flail is already the dumbest medieval weapon.
It's not even like a real certainly these flails are not like real versions of anything resembling the medieval weapon. Yeah. Right? Because what few flails seem to be used, like if they're one-handed, they're almost certainly ceremonial. if they're two-handed, which does show up, they have a really short thing so that you don't bonk your fingers.
Yeah.
Really long haft with a really short chain. And so the idea is basically that you just, like, you'll hit someone right on the edge of the shield with the chain, and then crush their head. But it's a two-handed weapon that's not really used in an elite warrior environment, and not in the 9th century.
Yeah.
It is. And AC Esquire helpfully points out that it's originally a farming tool. It's how you thresh wheat.
Yeah.
You use it to batter the wheat, and you can also use it to batter someone's skull.
That's one thing I learned. I used to do Taekwondo, and the undercurrent of all of the weapons that we used was, yeah, this was originally a Korean farming tool, and then when they needed to fight invaders, they used what they had. So here are all these farming tools that are suddenly being repurposed as very effective weapons. It's like, yeah, no, that checks out. That checks out. In a pinch. It's also, Adam, what you just did, it calls back to the ancient farming technique of throwing small axes at your crops in order to,
Oh, yeah.
To detach them from...
It is known.
I can't be too ironic lest I actually confuse someone. The problem with this game is that, like, what is accurate and what is fully ass-blown nonsense is, like, so many things are one and so many things are the other that at a glance it is almost impossible to tell unless you are someone like you who knows all this stuff. But even for me, like, some of these things I'm like, I don't know if this is real or if this is just completely, you know, pulled out of some graphic designer's, like, you know, right frontal cortex or whatever.
It's mostly the second one. It is
mostly, yeah.
awesome. And I heard comments, saw comments that you were too quiet. So chat, let me know if you're a bit better now. I changed the sound levels to fix that. So
Cool.
I got that under control.
Sweet.
Also, do you appreciate the spin to win?
Oh my god, it's so stupid.
The Ninja Turtles.
It's like that one GIF in Star Wars Episode 3 where Obi-Wan and Anakin are just flailing their lightsabers around.
It
Like, that's
absolutely
the whole
is.
thing. And it's Grievous's, like, windmill of death technique.
It absolutely is.
You're just General Grievousing this poor man. Oh my god.
Yeah. But, you know, we don't actually need to kill the third one. We're just gonna stab this, or we're gonna lay our axe gently next to this guy. And then we'll get 20 opals for it.
Sweet. Just steal this man's pocket opals.
Meet again, Ragnarok.
Hopefully it is 20, because that gives us enough to buy another thing. Yeah, 20 opals. And a carbon ingot. Hey! Oh. And while we're here, apparently there's a zealot still. I thought I murdered this one already.
The man has been Ninja Turtled and you're laughing.
Yes. Yes, we are. Since we're in the vicinity, let's save myself some cleanup next week. And take out the zealot.
Carbon ingot strike your bingo.
Hi. Get off your horse. I need to speak with you. Ow.
Just flailed that poor man off of his horse. Oh, this is a big sword. That's a
He
big
uses
boy
a
sword.
very big sword. But I don't feel like playing fair or nice, so we're just gonna do that. And ow. And then do that again. We're just gonna punch him to death, because punching is more effective than flails.
Yeah, his sword is so big. That reminds me of one time when I was studying abroad in Italy. We went to this one former Venetian castle on the mainland that had a collection of intentionally ludicrous weapons. One of which was basically an elephant gun. It was like the size of a kitchen table in length and very wide. It was like each barrel was the size of like a water bottle in diameter. And then there was a sword that was about like, I want to say like fully 9 feet tall, just hanging up on a wall somewhere. Absolutely impossible to wield, purely for decoration. But that is the sword that man was just using.
Yes, it is.
was like this fucking curtain rod of a sword.
Uh-huh.
Oh, Niram says that you have another gear change.
Do I have another gear change? What was it? Whoever posted that, could you repost it?
This is a mere moment. No one will remember it. No one. Not your name, nor mine. It all ends up the same.
Regret torments you.
My
Your
only
most
regret
egregious
is
helmet.
losing
Fair.
whoever you are. You reek of fading glory.
I wish I could have these guys as helmets, because those are pretty egregious. Also, that's an easy choice. Like, that is the easiest choice I have ever had. Obviously the most egregious helmet.
Oh god.
It is. It's the bone. It's the bone one.
Oh.
It's everyone revel in the glory of what I think is a wolf skull and random bits attached to this otherwise fine helmet.
Wow.
The-
It makes
also,
the Sons of Romulus and AC Brotherhood look tame by comparison, and those guys were
Doesn't
just
it?
fully wearing wolf pelts and stuff.
Yup. Oh boy, also the most egregious boots. Okay, as soon as we get out of a loading screen, we'll do that.
To mention Thor smashing his glass on the ground. Another.
Indeed.
Oh, this is fun.
I don't think I was gonna say I don't think we have any boots that are that egregious, but I don't know. The Thor's breeches are fairly bad. As are those. We might need to try to upgrade some stuff to really get into the levels of terrible. Ooh, actually, you know, I think those beat the Thor. The Magister's trousers beat the Thor's breeches because those are actually just like late 15th century solarates.
Yeah, that's just full plate greaves.
Yeah, yeah, they are.
Oh god.
What brings
Let's go! I'm also going to see if we have materials to upgrade some stuff. Because, you know,
See your stores.
we can make things more egregious.
all my pieces are good?
New appearance on the same ones. Let's go!
Oh.
Oh yeah, now they're gold.
Dear.
Now they're gold!
Oh.
Perfect!
Oh, now it's gaudy.
As if it wasn't already. And let's upgrade our Warhammer, why not?
Party of the gods.
See if this piece... Oh, that's worse! Oh no! Oh no!
Oh. Oh, man.
Like the looks of that one?
You love to see it. Sadly, we have no pieces. Oh yeah, by the way, we also can just be Altair if we want.
Oh, yeah. That's cool.
Just cuz. just cuz. What else can we make absolutely egregious? We're doing actually a pretty good job of filling up our armor sets, so let's see if we can turn one of these cloaks truly terrible.
Quality.
Actually, I think we can make the... we can make the St. George's armor worse.
Yeah, let's
Let's
make
do
the
it.
St. George's armor worse.
Let's do it! And if I buy... that made it a little bit worse. I'm gonna go buy some nickel as well.
Yeah.
As well as pick up another... We'll stop by Reda, and then stop by the shop, and get some more upgrade materials. And then we can upgrade the cloak to be also terrible.
Good to
Cool.
see you.
God, now I feel like a normie because I saw the upgraded one and I'm like, oh, like historically that's worse, but like it does look kind of cooler.
It
I
does-
like
it
I
does
like the way
look
they
okay.
changed the tavern.
So, here's the question. The bow, the bracers, or the cloak?
My vote is for bracers because they're glowy and green and stupid.
Uh-huh. The cloak does have spikes on the pauldrons.
That's pretty good though.
That's a pretty good... Let me actually enter the shop here to show you in full detail what our options are. Right, the bow looks boring, so... store.
Oh,
So we
man,
wanted
look
the
pretty split on bracers and cloak.
Yeah, Chad is super split. If it was the Gothic set, I wouldn't even hesitate because that's so bad.
Oh, that's wait, go back. It's disgusting. I love it. Oh,
It's just Sauron. But I wish this would show up because that's like the scuffed Sudden Who helmet.
oh
So
yeah, look at that. Oh,
the bracers there, like the bracers are bad. Don't get me wrong, these bracers are really bad.
yeah.
We appreciate them.
That's pretty stupid.
But the cloak has ginormous freaking spikes and looks like it's made out of like just
Oh
dumb
yeah,
shit.
no, that's worse. Do that one.
Fair. We cannot get the hat. The hat is not for sale. It is just the shoulder pads.
Darn.
Hello there.
What do you have today?
So I think we're going for the hood.
Sturdy and yet
Yeah.
lightweight.
Is that? On what planet is that lightweight, Reda?
I'm all well, friend.
Well, let's see. I guess it would have to be probably Mercury because gravity's lighter.
Not wrong. Sorry, this is not the right shop. To the actual shop.
Also, I can see an argument for why the big, like, spiky MCU Loki helmet would be lightweight because it's so tall,
would
it
like to
raises
see
your
that
center of
stuff.
gravity and thus
Smart.
makes you lighter because that's how physics works.
Only a fool would pass
Very
it.
smart.
You will get so much use out of this.
So we'll grab these because we need them. I think we're actually good on straight up upgrade materials for a moment.
Don't be a stranger.
And yep, we will get the new gear in just a hot second. I just want to continue doing some upgrades for maximum pain.
Nice to see Sigurd back where he belongs.
Sadly, we are at the whims of I refuse to pay real money for any of this nonsense.
Oh, yeah,
As-
absolutely.
As far as the what can we actually get, what can we not get, I refuse to pay real money. You cannot make me. Let's see, what can we make really egregious? I think I wanted to
God,
make...
I wish I had a camera right now. Cleo is on the other side of the room just fully standing up on her back two paws.
Aww.
Looking around like a doofus.
We were going to do the St. George's Cloak, weren't we? Just to see what happens to it.
Yeah, and then replace it with the Hell's Damnation.
Yes. Upgrade set 1. That actually looks okay. Right? It's kind of silly, but it also looks okay.
It looks more like
Like someone
churchy.
actually... It looks like someone actually cared for the cloak. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then if we upgrade it to mythical... It got way worse!
Oh no, it's so bad.
You are looking.
Oh, that's
See you later.
terrible.
Put
Oh,
Let's-
it was good and then it got bad. I feel like that's a trend is that the mythic always looks like
Oh my...
absolute
Whoa!
nonsense.
Holy moly, let's get some good lighting on this, because
Oh, that is
There are-
trash.
there are some things happening here.
Magnificent. Oh,
That's-
I hate it.
Hang on, I can't... I
Love
don't
that
want...
Orthodox clubbed cross they decided to put on it. That's
Uh-huh,
fun.
Not the Cross of St. George. Not by
No.
literally any metric can we call that the Cross of St. George, but they did it anyway. But this is actually St. George stabbing the dragon. This looks like it's actually like a copy of an actual piece. Also, I assume this is also supposed to be St. George, but yeah, he's got the lance. I think that's the
that
only way I
looks
can
like,
ID that.
Like icon form and then like dramatic action pose.
But this is
Weird
this
that
is
they put
the
them
more
in, like,
common one.
little window guys on there. I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't
it's-
think that's an embroidery
it-
technique.
It looks like it's a triptych, right? These are like the
Yeah.
side windows of a triptych.
Yeah.
And there's Latin
Vin
here,
says that's
but
clearly Byzantine. I think that is actually probably pretty spot on. It looks like it looks like a play on Byzantine iconography more than anything else. And obviously, it's not like
This-
anything a Byzantine would wear. But I think you're right that that's what they're pulling
This
on.
one is Byzantine. I
Yeah.
don't actually agree that this one is, because this is the most common style when you see iconography of St. George across Central and Western Europe, is
Yeah.
St. George stabbing the dragon in almost exactly this pose. The statue of
no.
him outside the old cathedral in Prague looks almost exactly like this.
Yeah. No, the action shot, I think that's just like a standard pose, but the cross, the icon on the left, that looks
It looks
pretty
vaguely Byzantine.
Yeah.
Not actually Byzantine, but definitely vaguely Byzantine.
Definitely more Byzantine than British.
Fair. Which, you know, given that he was from the Levant,
Yeah.
fair. I cannot read the Latin, though, because the resolution is not high enough. And
Oh,
I am
yeah,
not
no,
going to
it's-
up the settings, because that will murder the stream. Anyway, though, having done that pain, how about more pain? Where is it? Hell's Damnation. Thank you. And the other thing we got was the Einherjar armor, which looks more or less okay. I need to hide the hood here so we can look at hide. Oh, because it's on. I can't. Since I have it on right now, I can't actually take a look at the thing by itself. Okay, so what do we have going on in the Einherjar armor? So, firstly, the term Einherjar is the plural for Einher, for a warrior, a slain warrior who went to Valhalla. So these are supposed to be, presumably, the armor. What does it say on the info, actually? Well, that's useless. Supposedly then suggests that this is like the armor that would be worn by the warriors of Valhalla. And as far as it goes, it's middling.
Yeah. Not actively terrible, which is honestly a compliment.
Yeah. I don't love the fact that it's a long sleeve tunic, then a short sleeve tunic, and then a tabard.
It's like the way that kids in the 90s wore t-shirts.
It super is. But the tabard is not a Norse style. And it looks like Nomura may have gotten a hold of this just a little bit, because that's a lot of belts. No belt individually is
God.
bad, but there are 5 of them.
There's diminishing return to belts. Eeyore's hips must be destroyed with all that weight just pushing down on them
God.
all the time.
Yeah. And as I said, like, individually, all of those belts are actually fine. This lower one in particular is an actually attested style of buckle, so I like that. What else have we got? I mean, I don't love the bloodstains because you can wash, except for if you have a narrative reason to not wash your clothes, you would wash your clothes.
Yeah.
Duh. And certainly for something with this much gold embroidery on it, you wanted to take care of this unless if... Right, the exception is in something like Njál Saga, where after the chieftain Höskuldr is killed by his foster brothers, the bloody cloak is given to his cousin Floki and intentionally not washed to remind... Flosi. To remind Flosi of his obligation to avenge Höskuldr's death. That's the reason why you wouldn't wash your clothes. But if you're going to, like, actually use them, wash your damn clothes.
Just wash your clothes, guys.
Also, that's
Yeah.
silk. Hang on. So we got fur on one side, and we got silk on the other. I don't like that part. While silks did exist, and furs did exist, I don't love how the fur is not treated as a lining on things. It's not treated as an accent. And the silk isn't treated as a lining on things or as an accent. They're just, like, big bands of them strapped to your hips.
And, like, temperature-wise, it wouldn't make sense to wear those together. Like, you either want the silk to keep you cool, or the wool to keep, or the fur to keep you warm, right?
I mean, on a practical level, yes, but don't understate the amount to which Norse elites would just be gaudy as shit.
Okay.
Also, as far as I can, there's like a male hauberk somewhere. I think it starts at, there's like a male skirt on this. It's not like the core torso is not protected, but your thighs need the chainmail.
A4's thighs are ready for any arrow and blade.
And yes, this trim is not embroidered. You're right. That's a brocade. That's continental 12th century? I'm gonna say 12th century. The one here is okay, like along the sleeves, but the one around here would have to be an imported brocade. Also, the stitching, the like eyelet stitching here is modern. So there's some oofs. And this looks like, hang on, the silk here. Is this this might be a French pattern. I'm not an expert in clothing, but right, we've got red with gold decorations on it in a really fine something, but the resolution isn't high enough to actually see what pattern that is.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Covered in, it's covered in the other 5 belts.
And the blood.
Yeah.
And it matches not at all with the helmet or whatever the hell this looks like.
Good.
So, you know, I think that's enough of us running around being nonsense. So let's actually get started. We're almost an hour in, and the Jotunheim arc is long, so we'll be here for a while. Let's go to Jotunheim. What was the other gear change? Whoever posted that, put it back in, because I missed it and I don't want to scroll back through chat because it's moving real fast.
I'll keep an eye out for it.
Yep. Morrigan's Guard and Excalibur instead of Double Flail. We stand. There's Excalibur, and there's the Morrigan's Guard. Let's take a look at Excalibur, by the way, because you're not prepared for how dumb Excalibur is.
It's, well, it's very large, and is it like shards of metal together?
Basically, there, I got the photo image so you can see the full thing.
Yeah.
Look at how beautiful it is.
Yikes. I mean, I get it. They're trying to make it like all Isu and Futury, but like, no.
Also, it was underneath Stonehenge, just because obviously.
Yeah, that's, yep, that
That checks out.
We'd put that.
I have the plan you asked for. It took some effort.
It didn't take that much effort. We've had it for like 100 hours.
Alright, time to go to Jotunheim.
Let's do it. There's a few great things in Jotunheim, and there's a lot of truly terrible things in Jotunheim. By the way,
Here you are. And be careful. This
Someone commented, the sword's made by Alienware.
Yeah. Like a fire in your belly.
so, Jotunheimar, in Norse mythology, as we're getting in here, and it is always Jotunheimar, plural, is supposedly the outer ring of the world, either before or after the world ocean. It's not super clear. It does not correspond to any sort of real place, like you could make arguments for Niflheim and Muspelheim confirming to, namely the Arctic and the Sahara. But it's pretty much pure fantasy world. And I think the better way to think of it is it should be in some kind of alternate dimension where Ausgarder and Midgarder more or less overlay, and then Jotunheim becomes literally just like outside, beyond the mountains. So, I don't know, you could make an argument of like past the Ural Mountains, way out in Russia, or you can make a really dumb argument for it to be like way out past Greenland, but that would be a really dumb argument and you should not make it.
Does this game make it?
Yes! The geography of Jotunheim in this roughly corresponds to the geography of Vinland in this. It is exactly as dumb as you want it to be.
I remember when the pictures first came out and we're like, oh, it's cool how they're actually making like the world tree such a feature of the, you know, the environmental design. Yeah, I was like, this was the picture. I was like, oh, it's so cool that like the roots are so big, like it really has the sense of scale, and then everything after we learned was like, oh no, that's bad.
We were
bad.
so optimistic.
Yeah.
We were so
Not set foot in this realm in some
optimistic.
time. I must find the witch Angreboda.
Why?
All that happens here.
Why would we... So the first thing we're set to do is to find Angrboda. Angrboda, in the mythology, is exclusively attested as the troll wife of Loki. Or the troll mistress of Loki, I should say. Who gives birth to Fenrisilver, Jörmungandr, and Hel. Asterisk. There is an asterisk there. Also, you know, right now, you know, we've got a lot of totally normal looking people wandering around, existing, right? These all look normal. They're all normal human sized and shaped.
Mm-hmm.
That's because they're humans. Because they're all enslaved.
Oh.
The one place where this game actually acknowledges slavery is in their Isu Metaplot bullshit. Which, you know, fair. Like, it is coherent with the Metaplot bullshit. But... Ooh, they're using reconstructed pronunciation. So, in modern Icelandic, it's Aegir. But they called him Agir. So, Aegir is a Jotun of the sea who's actually friendly to the Aesir, or the gods, and hosts feasts regularly. And he supposedly has 9 daughters, who are here, and we're about to get extremely drunk with them.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, they're all blue. Don't worry about it.
Adam, we were talking about this as we were working on my Valhalla realism review, and I had a friend of mine, one of the Greens, who tracked down through his and his dad's old comic stash to find where the blue Vikings trope came from, and we localized it to the 80s run of Thor comics, where one of the artists, whose name I could dig up but I don't know off the top of my head, basically was like, I'm gonna draw him like this. And then that was the same time that Dungeons and Dragons was really like starting to get going. And a lot of their like other like big, you know, like game mythology was getting written down, and they had all their guidebooks and monster manuals and art books and all that kind of stuff, and the visual aesthetic of Dungeons and Dragons was being set, and it was working off of that Marvel Thor run that was going on. So in the same span of time, blue frost giants really just came out of one person's brain and then became like, yep, this is the style, and then, you know, up through the MCU, and which, you know, at least is comic accurate, up through the MCU, and then into now with Valhalla, it's like, oh, they're frost giants, they're blue.
They're blue. By the way, totally unrelated, the main person talking to us here, take a look at her clothing.
What animals will I find in the wild?
Not her, the other. You can see it a little bit on the bottom of her apron dress, which is actually good, but this one here, that little like shawl thing.
Skull.
Can't get a good look at it. It keeps on coming
There.
back.
Once we get,
Spin me a
once we wake up and relocate her, we'll take a look at this, because that patterning is just wild.
Against our shores. Many ships wrecked. Many Jotunheim.
Also, it looks like she's like got a raccoon tail strapped to her belt.
Tree of the shore and
Yeah.
walk beneath it. You'll see. Now let us drink to the fallen.
Yeah, I see the comments talking about how, like, why do they choose Smurf blue? Like, it would be a lot
Smurf
less
blue.
obtrusive if they were like the shade of blue of their tunics would probably be a little less weird.
Yep. Alatar Maya, I'm thinking that's probably just supposed to be like a wool tunic, which is fine, because, you know, wool is the primary...
More shit in my mouth. Where am I?
wool is the primary warp material, even more so than furs. right woolen clothing was used. So it does kind of look like a sweater, but yeah.
These are thralls' clothes. Where did they come from?
Anyway, so we got so freaking plastered that we blacked out and did stuff.
Fun.
We now need to go find out what stuff we did.
King Snortington demands tribute. Don't make us lock you up like...
Is this clear enough to see? Yeah, good. The blur effects do not stick around too much in photo mode. So yeah. The comments were saying looks like vaguely Nazca and looks like Disney's Atlantis, which is the same style, as it turns out. And I agree with that. But oh man, random swirls.
I'm doing a quick Google right here to find what Greek geometric art looks like, because the most generous interpretation that I can surmise is that they're going for art from the geometric period before what we think of when we think of Greek art, but I am not really getting anything that can confirm that suspicion. Oh well.
Once a prisoner,
Also-
now free. I think we even made up a song about it.
Also, once the color fades, and it lets me actually look at who this is, stop being so red, please. I don't want you to be red anymore. Please stop. Damn it, it's not going to let me stop. So we're going to run up right next to, quote-unquote, King Snortington. Take a look at this boar.
Is it made of metal?
Yeah. It sure do be. There is a boar made out of metal in Norse mythology.
Okay.
That boar's name is Gutlimbursti. It was made by, I believe... It's either the sons of Ivaldi or Broker and Sindri. I can never remember which set of dwarves made which set of gifts. But was given to Freyr. And was made out of gold, not steel. So... we did something over here. We ruined something.
Yeah.
What else did we ruin? Up here on the roof.
Deface public property.
Yes.
You turned out to have quite a head for heights.
We did. We jumped up, we got way up here and did stuff. And turnips? We ruined some turnips, it looks like. What vegetables are here? I see a purple cabbage. Some cucumbers. More cabbages. Some... Is that a melon? Are those slices of melon? Some parsley. Some Brussels sprouts.
Raptorus mentioned what the tiling is on this roof. It is just fully stone slabs.
They're like vaguely reminiscent of dragon scale shingling, but not actually dragon scale shingling, and actually just like stone slabs.
Just whole ass like slate slabs.
Also, I think those are apples, not tomatoes.
No.
I'm pretty sure those are apples. But, you know, where the hell are they growing ripe fruit?
I think I remember being up high. How did we get the cart up there?
It doesn't matter how we got the card up here because we just did stuff. Last up, I believe the last one we need to do is go dive to the bottom of the frickin' like.
To the mighty reavers of the ALC. The mice in the brewery still tell tales of last
Were we
night.
trying to sail somewhere?
We hopped into his cauldron
To the land of...
to say somewhere.
I can't recall it.
By the way, remember, we are Odin, and we apparently...
It seems no harm done, except to my head. Agya's daughters are hospitable indeed.
Like, apparently, Odin gets blackout drunk. Because reasons.
Famous character trait.
Famous character trait. Despite, you know, kind of the whole point of, like, all the gods... And since we dived into the thing, we are now too drunk to walk because that's totally a fun mechanic for this video game.
Yeah.
Totally fun and enjoyable for anyone. Jesus. One of my least favorite mechanics of, like, any game is when they don't actually let you move because you engaged with the stuff.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's pretty bad design.
We're mostly not... We're going to pick up, like, one of these wealths, because these wealths are all the same. There are no new weapons, there are no new abilities, they are all just bloodstones. Or Ymir's bloodstones, as opposed to the Ymir's tear stones of last time. But we are going to try and do most of the world events, because there are actually some interesting or mythologically relevant ones. Oh.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with the comments. I don't like drunk mechanics in games. It's just, it feels like sensationalist and like, oh, aha, you wobble. It's like that's not what drinking a lot is like. It's very destructive.
Uh-huh.
Treated more as a joke than anything else.
Also, if we do a strong... come on, let me do a strong attack. No, is it just when we finish the thing? There's a point where Excalibur will make things go very big, sparks. No. Let's see if we can get it, because its power is a big glowy flash of light, and I cannot make it actually do the thing. I need to check what the condition is, because there is a big-ass flash of light that blinds people, because... Oh, heavy finishers and crits. Okay.
Okay.
So I need to finish a combo with a heavy attack. So if we go swing, swing, and boom. If that connects, I think... Okay.
The kind of animation that would result in a big flash of light.
Exactly.
Big stab. Bonk.
Oh, there's another someone around here. There you are. Okay, where else are we going? There's... Oh yeah, there's, like, stuff wait, Raven not available? Oh, there's another enemy, that's why. Get over here, I want to murder you.
God, I'm already at the point in watching footage of Assassin's Creed Valhalla where I'm like, this just makes me want to play a better Assassin's Creed game.
Fact. I have been doing this for, like, over 200 hours between my preparation playthrough and the actual playing playthrough.
Yeah.
So,
God,
I feel you.
What, after you finish up with Valhalla, what game is next on the dock? Because I know you don't always do this, you mix it up, but what's in the future after this one?
The next... So, I think in June I want it to be just, like, board game month. So that we'll just be looking at some historical board games. Partially because I just need to play a board game for an article I'm writing that's due in August. So I need to actually play the board game again and break it down properly. Oh, I may as well stream that.
Or a Feast for Odin? Yeah.
Yep. So may as well play that properly and do it right.
Yeah.
But then also the next big, like, new release game is going to be Nier Replicant version 1.22.
Ooh.
Because that comes out in 2 weeks and I am so damn excited.
Oh, it's only 2 weeks? Wow.
April 22nd, I believe.
God, I have not been following any video game news this year. I still haven't played all the games that I wanted to from last year. I mean, I was going to get through Immortals, and then I got stuck. I haven't made any progress since the last time I streamed it in January.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's been a time, but there are a lot of games that I want to get to. I just have not been following any of the news and any of the releases.
Uh-huh. So, this thing is a thing. There's like a whole thing attached to this thing. The first thing that stands out to me is the fucking Christian cross outlined in the four spokes of this.
It's just a cross. Wow.
Thing number 2 that stands out is this design here, which might actually, I think is an actual runestone design. I'm not 100% on that, but this has the style of some of the later Gotlandic stones. So this one might actually be legit. I vaguely remember this, and some people have interpreted that as hell. So what it's doing here, repeated 4 times, I don't know. In the center here, we have a Wegvisir, which is attested in a 19th century manuscript and nowhere before that. The name appears earlier, but it has a different form. The main place that this particular shape appears is in the Huld manuscript, which is from the early 1800s. And then last up, we have runes around the edges, which I am continuing to not be good enough at runes to just sight read them. So we're going to quick pull up the thing and see if this is saying actual words or if this is just doing stuff. So presumably we're starting up near the top. F-A... Right. Hang on, is this using younger? This is younger. That's new. They're like actually using... They're using primarily younger Futhark instead of elder Futhark like they did in Ausgarther. Fancy. No, the way I know it's not is that this one here is not in... Oh! Hang on. No! Let me revise that statement. They're just doing some bullshit. That letter here, the Fehu rune. And this rune here is also the Fehu rune. And they carve it in 2 different ways, 2 regional variants on the same damn thing.
Oh, so they're just putting letters in there.
They're doing some bullshit.
It's just lorem ipsum, but in Futhark.
So let's see, that would be A-I-S-A. Presumably, right, F, probably A, A-I-S-A. Backwards S, which is still S. T, A-I. F, T, I, R, or Z. Sometimes R, sometimes Z, depending on what stage of Futhark we're in. So, Ftir. That's an Elder Futhark rune. That's U, R. Let's assume this is actually supposed to be Thorn. Thirst. So, Thirst. Tine? Yeah, I don't think this is real. I don't think this is real stuff. This is not feeling like real stuff.
Wow.
Congratulations, we're great at this. Anyway, very suspiciously tall tree running all the way out. Actually, a root of the world tree. And also weird sparkly stuff. And by the way, the title says AC Valhalla ripped off a better game. We have a deer skull and a deer skull making a gate. And we walk through the gate. There's a house. Chat! Do you recognize this mechanic? Raise your hand if you know this mechanic.
I think Vin might get it.
Uh-huh, and AC got it.
Yep, there it is.
This is literally the same mechanic from the Valravn arc of Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. Literally exactly the same. No alterations have been made. Anyway, let's knock.
Stupid.
Uh-huh. So we made 2 new characters, Angerboda. I don't know why they pronounce it as Angraboda. Angerboda.
Where is my lover, the dark fox that
Loki?
between
He's just around, like, don't worry about him.
Loki has stayed in Asgard to help rebuild the
Also, yeah, these are, Angerboda.
and entirely unlike him.
and Hirokin,
I am
also
not
known
your
as Alethea and Juno.
I've come to understand Jotunheim magic, your method for moving Cougar from one body to another.
The mead. You seek the mead.
Hirokin,
Huh.
you have long outstayed your welcome.
Then I will take my leave. But remember what I said, Uncle
Also,
Boba.
yeah,
You will
chat,
see things my
there
way
are
in
there are
time.
plenty of spoilers here. This is supposed to be memory of weird Isu nonsense. The ancient aliens bullshit plot that runs underneath this entire damn series.
Oh God. So is the
Also,
person you're speaking to right now Juno, or is this one Alethea?
Angrboda is Alethea.
Okay.
Who was your visitor?
Hirohin, who just walked out, is Juno.
The mead she spoke of. Where can I find it?
So,
A slip of the tongue.
oh yeah, she's...
Forget what you
Do not play games with me, witch.
The tattoos on Angrboda are
If one had the means to.
a tattoo of Sleipnir,
There is a root.
a
called
tattoo
Hag's
of
Claw.
the raven banner used that's depicted in the Bayou Tapestry.
Forest's edge. Bring me 3 roots from the place where the red moss thrives. Then we will speak of the mead.
I will hold you to it.
Hang on, no, don't run away. I need to see what nonsense you're doing. What's the third tattoo? Oh, it's the 19th century Tree of Life symbol. So we have literally the Order of the Ancients symbol that's a 19th century bullshit, like romanticized nonsense. Actually Sleipnir. And the Raven banner that is actual historical thing that's vaguely affiliated with the Ragnarsons and definitely affiliated with Haraldr Hardrada. Also, hang on, these are, well, camera controls, please. On her necklace, she has attested oval brooches. Like, these are archaeologically attested as part of female dress. The 2 here are fine. And then she just apparently collects them. And I believe the runes here are supposed to be a quote from Sigurd Rifumal. That's the tattoo that has runes that exist in this game. So, I'm going to just assume that that's the same one rather than try and sort out whether that's actually the same one. So, a poem of the Valkyrie Sigurdrifa, also called Brynhildur in the Volsunga Saga, teaching Sigurdur runes. A tattoo of the stallion her husband gave, or her lover gave birth to, a historical thing, and some 19th century romanticized bullshit. 10 out of 10 character designs.
It's always all over the place, isn't it? It's always just all over the place.
It is physically impossible for this game to not be all over the place.
They just throw ingredients into a design and then call it a day.
Yep. I need to remember where it is. I think I do need to get one, well, if I remembered, because somewhere I think it's like up. Maybe it's the one here? There's one somewhere. It's one of like these 3. That is actually like important, mythologically. Because they didn't assign a world event to the wedding of Freyr. They just had a wedding gift there for me to steal. Also, literally like the only time Freyr is acknowledged as existing in this video game. So, you know, chat, if any... Peter, I know you've played this game, I know it a lot better than me. So if you remember where Freyr's, wedding site is, let me know. Because I do want to show that one, and I'm not going to go trawling the map in order to go try and find it. Because we don't have time for that. Maybe it's that one? We can run over to that one quick. Oh yeah, also we should summon our reindeer. Because, of course, Odin famously still rides a reindeer. They just proved, remember they just proved that Sleipnir exists because they just had a tattoo of Sleipnir.
Yep.
Okay, that's not that one. So, oh, ow. The boar is gonna wreck. The boars are gonna wreck me. Oh no.
Oh, those are some spiky boars.
These boars are scary as hell. There it is. There's the big flash of light.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, also they light themselves on fire, and then they're on fire, and then it hurts. Oh no. Ow.
That's a strat.
Isn't it? Boom. Big flash of light. It doesn't seem to affect these guys at all. Full errand. It would be an 8-legged run cycle. It's far worse than a 6-legged run cycle. Some of the runestones, and actually all throughout the medieval period, a lot of the runestones just go like, screw it, like, each pair of legs is stuck together. He runs exactly like a 4-legged horse, it's just there's more legs.
Even still, like, depictions of horses were really weird until we got, like, film footage that we could, like, page through to see. There's some paintings of, like, horse races where all of the horses' front and back legs are just out, so there's, like, no part actually touching the ground. It's just, like, these horses like little noodles with their arms and feet out in front and back. It's insane how bad people were at depicting horses for a very long time.
I totally agree, but extremely amusingly, there is actually some Icelandic horses are able to do a gait called the flying pace that actually does that. They just kind of bounce.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Right, it still is a dumb depiction, and it's not totally right, but...
Hundreds, but point stands, yeah.
By sheer coincidence, there is a type of horse that does that. What? Hang on. This is fake Middle English. They're just like replacing I's with Y's to make it look old.
And adding some E's.
Yep. This is fake Middle English. I mean, it's like, you know, 16th century, maybe, but not actually. No long S, because duh. Wait. Let me run that. Let me check that again, because I'm pretty sure it just said a bullshit. Let me read it again. Let me read it again. I wish to see this translation again. Because I'm pretty sure it said 1 to strangle, 1 to swallow, and 1 to the shamed keep. That's not what Jörmungandr does to Thor. Jörmungandr bites the shit out of Thor and he gets poisoned and dies. Also, these runes are not high enough resolution to actually... One, these runes are not high enough resolution to actually read. And two, whoever made these fucking sucks at carving runes.
They just had one spoon in the run.
Look at how shitty they are at it. They're just like damaging the stone to an incredible amount while making it, and nothing is straight.
That's real shoddy work.
And while there are some real bad runes that are attested, there are also some real nice runes attested. And given how good they are at carving the rest of this, with obviously Fenris over, on a very Stave Church portal design. That's not a runestone design, that's a Stave Church portal design. They just suck at runes.
Yeah, they contracted out the rune carving.
Apparently. Anyway, oof, we almost missed that.
Ooh. Very delicate jump into a pool of not very deep water.
Oh no. Don't call it savage. He just said this land is savage but full of marvels. What the fuck, Oven? I mean, like, straight up, like, super medieval mentality. Super medieval mentality for Africa, India, you know, those places with people. Also super modern mentality for North America, colonialism, huzzah. Look at how pristine and marvelous this land is. Untouched by humans as a buffalo hunt is going on. So pristine, so pure.
Untouched by humans because no one built architecture in the way that we do. So as far as we're concerned, there's nothing here.
Except for the Mississippi civilization, which did.
Well, no, I mean, like, no one built something that would be like, yes, you know, Frenchman gets off the boat, like, no one's built a church in my style, therefore, there's nothing here.
Exactly.
It's like, Cahokia, mounds, all those other things, like, fantastic civilizations, longhouses, all those things. No, those don't count. No, they don't count. Untouched by man. Beautiful, untamed land.
Uh-huh. So, you know, super excellent, but also super yikes. Remember, we're supposed to be... Well, I mean, Odin in this game is the worst, but also... This is our player character, ladies and gentlemen.
Odin's cancelled. Odin sucks.
Odin sucks in this video game.
How bad is he? Because
Like,
I haven't really seen a lot of the Odin-y stuff. I think I had to... I had the luxury of not actually seeing that much of the Odin stuff in the game before, like, right now.
So, player character Odin is way better than not player character Odin. Not player character Odin consistently tells us what the wrong choice is. It's so bad that he just straight up, everything he says, you should do the opposite.
I should find my way.
Wow. Ooh, I think we have a gear change.
We do have a, gear change to equip one flail. Are we replacing Excalibur or the shield? Alright. We are once again going back to flails. Shield, that way it looks stupider. I stand.
Sword and flail. Wow.
Sword and flail. Look at how glowy we are. There's so much... also, getting out of here is going to be an interesting experience.
A4 bioluminesces with all those Isu nonsense.
Yup. That looks like a door to the outside. That, I see glowy lights. Let's assume that is a door to the outside world.
Speaking of flails, I was watching a little bit of Castlevania yesterday, and I was watching, like, Trevor use his Morningstar, and I'm
Hell
like,
yeah.
They make it look so cool in this show. It's such a stupid weapon that never really existed. At least not like that.
Yes.
Where it's chained for, like, 12 feet.
Yup.
And then tiny, tiny
but
little thing on the end of it.
It's so freaking badass.
It's so cool.
Like, yes, it is objectively dumb, but also I refuse to be mad about it because the animation in that show rocks.
Yeah, and they don't pull it off as a one-handed weapon like they do with this game. It's very clearly a like full process.
It is
like,
a full
like
like 15-foot long whip that you have to be incredibly well trained to use.
Yeah,
And we
it's basically
stand.
a metal whip. They basically play it like a metal whip, which
Yeah,
is a
which
lot.
is, I mean, that's pure Castlevania lore, because even as far back as the original Castlevania, your upgrade to your whip was a whip of metal.
Yeah.
This one might be it. This one right here might actually be what we're looking for. Because there is a thing here that is on this pedestal that has nothing. So let's go. If we walk through here, yeah, here it is. I found it. A wedding site. And he'll comment on it very soon. We are gathered here out of the sight of gods and men and giants to celebrate the union of Aesir and Jotunheim, though our people be at war.
Wedding, hidden from outside eyes. What is it meant for?
So the person writing this is probably Skirnir, whose name means the Shining One, and is the person who coerces, not persuades, coerces via threats of extreme psychological harm to for the Jotun lady Gerder to marry Freyr. So this is probably Skirnir writing. there is a 11th or 12th century poem Skirtnismal preserved in the Poetic Edda that talks about it, that tells this story. Also, the Prose Edda quotes Skirtnismal. Snorri clearly had access to it and tells the same story. So, Freyr sneaks up to Odin's seat at Hlidskjalvi and sees Gerður and is incredibly lovelorn. Skjalvi, his mother, goes up and goes, "What's wrong?" I'm in love. And it's terrible. And Skirnir is like, "Okay, I'll persuade her to marry you, but you have to give me your sword." And Freyr's like, "Yeah, this seems fine." And so he threatens Gerdur repeatedly with curses, the idea of being cursed to be unloved by anyone except for a three-headed troll. And specifically troll husband, not... What? My reindeer disappeared.
Just whistle and it'll rematerialize.
Probably. And otherwise have terrible, terrible things happen to her if she does not marry Freyr. And she's like, "Yeah, fine." And so they get married. And live happily ever after, question mark? Yeah, Leander, this is Metaplot nonsense, where the idea that the Jötnar and the Aesir totally can't get along, and they are rival groups of gods who are perpetually at war, and there's no redeeming factors. Really? No one noticed me? Alright. Alright. Bye. But yeah, like, the wedding was celebrated by everyone. It's super gross. We do not like it. But as a result of this wedding, Freyr gets in a fight with a Jotun called Belly. This only exists like vague references. And ends up using a moose antler to murder the hell out of Belly. Though, Snorri seems to think that this Freyr could have totally taken Belly one-handed. But at Ragnarok, Freyr will go up against Surtur. And Freyr would have won if he had his sword. But since he didn't, it's mutually assured destruction. Womp womp. So yeah, it's a whole ass thing.
I've done as you asked.
But it's an actual mythology reference that's just kind of out there in the world, and we appreciate it. Also, those look like they're just, like, horseradish. Those look like those are horseradish, not Hagsroot.
There.
Oh yeah, Angerboda is totally trustworthy, right? Right. Odin is the most gullible fucking dumbass in this entire arc.
It will open your mind to the
He's gonna get blackout drunk again.
It could be like Mandragora, but they don't actually call it Mandragora, which is dumb.
While we wait, let us speak of Asgard. How fared your defenses after the last attack?
I don't know.
We have been weakened.
So our choices don't actually matter here because Angerboda just made a truth elixir in like 7 seconds.
Wait.
The god who is the wisest, like the wisest of all gods, who is constantly seeking knowledge and can see the future, is gullible as shit.
Now, you have said you want the mead, but how badly? How much would you sacrifice to be freed of fate's shackles? Would you give your tongue, your hand, your sight?
I would. I would give all that, and more.
I would like to see that.
Hey Loki, how are you doing?
Loki, what trickery is this?
Who is this?
What?
Oh, Loki.
I have such a strength, Havi.
That's
and I will take your life if your answer
Bassam, right?
It's just Bassam.
I would not come for you after what you did to my son.
Hey, he's alive.
Our son, Fenrir, a name I think you have heard
That was
before.
mispronounced. Accent is on the first syllable, not the second one. It's not Fenrir, it's Fenrir. They can't get the most basic pronunciations right in this fucking video game.
Yes. In the final reckoning,
And I think you said they switch between sometimes using Reconstructed and sometimes using one of the modern Scandinavian languages.
Uh-huh. And whenever they're doing Old English, they don't do either, they just mispronounce it.
They just make stuff up.
But yeah, so the clearest example of this was in Gloucestershire,
Yeah.
which should be, in reconstructed Old English pronunciation, it's Gloucestershire.
I want to kill him.
I like how all three options are I will kill him.
Yes.
I swore an oath to you,
But
Loki, and
Odin
I
is
will not
honorable.
break it. I will not take his life. Fenrir will be imprisoned until the day of prophecy, when we will meet upon the field of battle, as we are fated to.
Then we will bind you until that day, as you mean to bind our son.
Yeah, not a great call, Loki.
And
Yeah.
Speaking of Loki, you know, Red did just yesterday release a video.
Yes.
And honestly, you know, this game's portrayal of Loki, as much as I want to hate it, I kind of can't.
I see she let you live. You must have done something right.
Let this cutscene finish, and then I'll talk about Loki more.
Let me help you down from there.
Those dumb gold boots.
Those dumb gold boots.
No! Wait! No! Ah!
Don't worry, we're just sliding. It's fine. We're actually like not even like sliding on it. We're actually like feet upright, looking kind of cool.
Still in total control of the situation.
Absolutely in control of the situation. No, Nitrine, this is actually not that myth because...
That would presume I cared for your comfort.
Then why release me at all?
For the same reason you are in Jotunheim. You seek the mead, and I can help you get it.
I assume there is a price.
I want a small sample for myself. The rest is yours. Fair?
Do I have a choice?
No.
Of course you do not. The mead is kept by Suttungr and his daughter Gunnlodr in the vault at their home in Utgardr. The vault
No.
is opened only on occasion of a great feast.
Let me...
Suttungr shares the bounty of
I
the
need to
cellar.
pull out the Prozada. Give me a... I should have done this ahead of time.
Say, the High One of Asgard.
You are not as ox-witted as I feared.
Should bring a gift,
Bring
probably.
a mighty gift to Suttungr, if I am to earn my welcome.
That idiot drunkard Agir recently lost his cauldron to Suttungr in a wager, but it disappeared on the way to Utgard.
Uh-huh.
Suttungr would be grateful indeed if I returned that cauldron to him.
Seek the tree that wears the scars of the world's
Skull
serpent
Scar
scales. The cauldron would have passed by there.
I see I see
You may
Okay.
also bring a gift for
There it is.
Gunnlodr. There are treasures that would flatter her in Thrimmer's house by the lake near Utgardr.
Da
I will bear that in mind.
Kvasir.
When you have the mead, join me at the Well of Mimir. There I will show you how to escape your doom at Ragnarok.
Maybe the reason everybody's just trying to kill Odin is because he looks so stupid, and they're like, you're committing a fashion faux pas. We, the
True.
fashion police, have sentenced you to death.
True.
Honey, those boots with that cloak, taking your eyes out.
Yep. Yep. So, let's just quick read what the Prozetta says this myth is. Because this myth is, well, there's going to be about 5 myths smashed together. And it's worth, like, reading the whole thing out quick. Or at least paraphrasing it. So, how did this craft that you call poetry originate? So, the short version. After the war with the Vanir, which is just called a conflict, they both sides spit into a cauldron as part of the truce, and from that, they create a man named Kvasir, who is the wisest of all the gods, even wiser than Odin. But he's also gullible as shit, so he's actually a better Havi than Havi is. And so he arrived as a guest to 2 dwarves, Fjarlar and Galar, and they murder him, and they brew his... They mix honey with his blood and make mead out of it. And then the Jotun Suttungr murders them. And after they murder his father, Gitling, and then he takes the meat of poetry. Odin finds out about it. And then after some other shenanigans involving a dwarf or a Jotun called Boegi, manages to deceive him and use a incredible whetstone and murder all of his slaves. Boegi is Surtungr's brother, by the way. And then Bulwark, who is Odin, turns into a gadfly, sneaks through a crack to where Surtungr's daughter Gunnlother is keeping it. He sleeps with Gunnlother for 3 nights, and each night gets 1 drink of the mead, and he drains the entire thing, turns into the form of an eagle, and starts running away real fast.
Zoom.
And Surtungr chases in the form of an eagle, but Odin just barely makes it, and spits the meat out into containers. But it was so close that he misses with some, and the stuff that he missed is bad poetry. And the stuff that made it into the vats that he shared with the world is good poetry. So that is the primary myth that we're working with here. Oh, he does fly. I was being poetic there. He does fly as hard as he can, and Surtungr chases. So, what? I don't care. I don't care about combat in this video game. This video game is obsessed with combat, but this combat is all bad, so...
It's all bad. The animations are not good.
And also,
They
it's just
do
not...
hit
It's
stop
not...
before the hit.
It's also just not fun?
It's not fun. And that's the thing, is one of the things that made me realize, oh wait, this is actually a bad game, was when I was doing some of the combat in the early game, and I'm like, these animations are really weird, because Eivor will pull the axe up, and it will hang there for a moment before the attack. There's no, like, the axe doesn't get stuck in the person when it hits, like in God of War, where there's hit stop on contact. The axe just stays there for, like, a handful of frames before it goes, which makes everything feel slow.
Yeah.
Because there's a big pause between input and execution. It's
right? They're going for Dark Souls combat, but without the finesse that makes Dark Souls combat actually, like, good.
The animations actually animate in Dark Souls. In this, it's just press a button, there's a pause, and then a hit. It's not that things move slowly and deliberately, it's just that there are weird, janky, like, sputtery lead-ups and wind-ups to various attacks, and it's dumb and bad. I have many axes to grind with how the combat works in this game.
Oh, yeah. Yep, and hey, look at that. And yes, by the way, chat, you did notice correctly. This is a tree that the serpent Jörmungandr kind of snapped and left some of his scales there. Whoops. Also, this guy is super unlucky. This guy thought he was able to turn into a bird. Thought he had learned the correct magic incantations to turn into a bird.
Oops.
And didn't. And went splat.
Wow.
So, unlucky. We call that one straight up unlucky. So we need to go to... So, way over here is Mimisbrunner, which is not the correct place for... actually, no, that is the correct place for Mimisbrunner to be. Mimisbrunner is at the roots of the World Tree in Jotunheim, so that's fine. That's according to the Prose Edda. The other 2 main routes go to Ausgarder, which we didn't see, and to Niflheim. And in Ausgarder, there's Erðsbrunner, which we did see, and in Niflheim, there's Vergelmir. So, anyway, we've got a world event there we need to do. We got a world event there we'll need to do. And we also want to go down to the coast over here, because there's like a couple of things there. Also, we'll eventually need to go inside Screamer's Midden. We'll talk about that myth when we get there. What direct? It wants me to use my bird. Fine. We are going to fight Stainbeard, yes. Don't worry, we are going to do that world event. So...
How much more of this, like... I mean, I never follow the plot in these dumb things, but, like... How much, like, other weird story is happening in this world beyond just being an excuse for more places to go find, like, loot and treasure and stuff?
So the idea is that this is telling us why... This explains why the endgame is how it is.
Okay.
And why all these characters are... Why Eivor and Basim and Sigurd are the way that they are.
Go.
Fair.
So, this... You know what? Screw it. I don't actually care enough to keep it as a surprise for anyone, so chat, spoilers. Basically, this is an incredibly distorted idea of the Sage program for the Isu. And so the idea is that Juno gets a hold of the Sage stuff thanks to a rival group of Isu, which are the Norse gods. And so she uses them to make sages of her husband Eta, while the Norse gods use them to make sages of themselves. And so they transfer their souls into a giant container, which is contextualized in the Norse context as Yggdrasil, and then will eventually be reborn into people. And so throughout the game world, there's a bunch of people who are just, like, around. Who have weird markings on their neck. And those weird markings are signs that they are... There's a dormant or less than dormant Norse god with them. And so, here are the ones we've got that we've identified. Farvid, who we already killed, is probably Sif. Halfdanr Ragnarsson is Thor. Haraldur Harfagri is Freyr. Eivor is Odin. Sigurd is Tyr. Basm is Loki. The guy whose saga we've been collecting, Rhaegar, is Heimdallr. Idun is around, but only in a comic.
Oh.
And yeah.
Something huge was dragged this way. If it was Aegir's cauldron they dragged.
Yeah.
It must be large indeed.
I'm going to use souls because it makes way more sense than genetic data, because genetic memory being literally a thing. Okay, this is an early modern magic symbol, but I don't know which one.
Yeah. we can let it slide.
Exactly. So they left a trail of destruction running off this way. So I guess let's go that way and see what we run into. This trail of destruction is actually not very big for how big this cauldron is supposed to be. Yes, it does. And then it doesn't, so... Because it just kind of stops them. I think I need a...
world designer and the dialogue writer.
Nah, like, it's just like the vague direction until they shrink the cauldron down too tiny.
Animal blood. There's a trail.
And then they go inside the midden. The giant-ass midden that is right here.
They slaughtered that animal for its innards.
Uh-huh.
Used them in their ritual.
Hey, wait, that's a regular boar.
Employed this magic to hide their loot.
Okay, that's fine. It's not great, but it's fine. That there is like a ritual that you can perform involving sacrifice in order to change something's size. That's fine. So yeah, This is a myth. This is a myth that is only preserved in the Prose Edda. Of Thor's trip to Utgard, and his meeting with the Jotun Utgarda Loki. Along the way, after picking up a couple of random kids called Thjalfi and Uruskva, as compensation for them Thjalfi breaking the leg of Thor's goat, he nearly murdered their entire family for it, but decided that was a bad idea because they looked very sad about it, and so only took their children as compensation for lifelong servitude.
Very reasonable transaction.
Reasonable to do. Nope. Nope. So, along the way, Thor and Loki and Thjalfi and Röskva come across what they think is a hole. And so they go in the door and they take refuge in a side room. And then there is such great shaking that everyone gets woken up and is really terrified. And they come outside in the next morning and find out that the shaking was someone snoring. And that someone was a Jotun so big that his glove was mistaken for a hole. And that Jotun's name is Skrimir. And
but how did they get it into this cave?
we need to go different ways because shinies.
Hard to know what is real in this realm of illusion.
Yeah. We're just playing like the same thing as Hellblade, so like don't even give me that shit, Odin. Hard to tell what is real in this realm of illusion, except for, you know, the fact that this mechanic is incredibly transparent and has already been done. Yeah, and so they travel with Skrimir, and Thor tries to kill Skrimir 3 times, and Skrimir seems to think that Mjolnir is just like an acorn falling on his head.
That's pretty funny.
It's pretty great. Thor gets real mad about it.
I remember watching this in Red's video on Utgard Loki, but it's been a while, so I don't remember it very clearly.
Yep. I've translated this. This was like the first text in Old Norse I translated, was this part of the Prose Edda. So, it continues with further insanity, in that they get to the Hall of Utgard Loki, and they are incredibly tiny there. They can just like walk through the gate because the gaps in the bars are so big that they can just walk through it. And they go in, and Utgard Loki asks them for to do some sort of feat to prove that they are welcome to stay. And so they do. Loki goes first and claims that he can eat faster than anyone. And so goes up against Loki, fire. And Loki eats all the food in the trencher, but Loki eats the trencher too, and so Loki wins. And Thjalfi goes, hey, I'm pretty good at running. And so goes up against a Jotun named Hugr. And Hugr beats him 3 times, each worse and worse. And Thor then does 3 feats on his own. Firstly is drinking. Takes from a horn, and Utgard Loki's like, my people take no more than 2 draughts to drain this. And he drains it about halfway over 3 draughts and gets real mad about it. And then goes, no, I can weightlift real good. And he's like, okay, here's my cat. Pick it up. And lifts it so high, almost to the roof of the thing, that 1 foot of the cat leaves the ground. Otherwise, the cat doesn't do anything. Remember, Thor is supposed to be smaller than everyone else in this thing except for his companions. So, don't know how that works. Scale is fake. Then is like, I'm really mad, I want to fight someone. And goes up against the old caretaker named, let's see, Eldi? It starts with an E. It's, crap, I can't remember it. It's literally a unique word in Old Norse. Whatever, it means old age. Etli, there it is. E-L-L-I. Pronounced in modern Icelandic as E-T-L-I. Don't ask. And she's so good at wrestling that she manages to drive him to 1 knee, but otherwise it's a standstill. And then Utgard Loki is like, good enough. Everyone drinks, has a great time for the rest of the night. He then guides them out, and then reveals all the tricks. So he was Skrimir, and he literally moved mountains in front of, between when Thor started swinging Mjolnir down, and when the strike commanded. And there are now 3 giant valleys in the mountain. Because holy shit, Thor is that strong. And then Loki was going against literally fire. And Fjalvi was going against the embodiment of Utgarda Loki's thought. The horn was connected to the sea, and he visibly lowered the world's water levels by drinking. The cat was Jormungandr, the Midgard serpent. And he nearly lifted it off the ground.
Jormungandr.
And Etli was old age personified, and Thor could not be bested. And Utgarda Loki was like, so, well done. Please never come here again. Holy shit, you're terrifying. And then vanishes, and Thor is real pissed. Yes, Duckles. The prose edit does explicitly say that the results of his drinking is the tides. So in this game, the remains of that myth gets combined with Hemiskviva, one of our oldest attested myths, also one of our youngest attested myths. The actual poem is very young. It's probably from the 12th century, and then the prose edit tells it, and it's from the 13th century. But here, Hemiskviva is attested in the alternate runestone from the early 9th century, and is very clearly Thor fishing up the Midgard serpent. So, in that myth, Thor, and in the prose edit version, Tyr, go off to try and get a cauldron suitable for a feast that Aegir is hosting. And they go, oh yeah, Tyr's like, my dad has one, my dad Hymir has one. And so they go, and as part of that, Thor in disguise goes off. Oh, damn it, I missed that. There we go. Thor in disguise goes to Hymir and says, hey, I want to, have a feast with you. And he's like, okay, let's go fishing for a suitable whale for our feast. And he's going, okay, but I gotta choose what the bait is. And so he slices the head off of Hymir's prized ox. And then said, what? How did I get knocked down? That was weird.
Oops.
And then, goes out, and Hymir's like, okay, this is probably far enough for a whale. And he's like, no, farther! And then he, go out farther, and Hymir's like, please don't go any farther. If we go out farther than this, we're going to attract the Midgard serpent's attention. And he's like, no, farther! And so they go out farther until Hymir is real scared. And Thor then throws in the ox head and hooks Jormungandr. And Hemiskviva says that Thor struck the serpent with Mjolnir, and writhing, it collapsed beneath the waves. And the runestones seem to indicate that, but the prose edda goes like, hang on, that doesn't make sense, and claims that Hymir cut the line before he got the chance to. And Thor was real mad about that, but whatever. So they come back, and they still have plenty of whales for the feast. And then they take the cauldron, and Hymir then chases them, and Thor and Tyr murder Hymir and his entire retinue, and happily go on their way. I mean, Niram, you're correct. No whale would actually eat an ox, but they don't actually know that in the Middle Ages. Like, they just like, don't. Ah, there's the key I'm looking for. Okay, found it. We can just, like, we should go back up the ladder and go across the bridge. That makes more sense. But yeah, right, no whale is actually going to eat an ox head. Orcas won't, because orcas are picky eaters. Overwhelmingly, orcas are incredibly picky eaters, and in Scandinavian waters, they're incredibly picky in that they eat herring. And basically nothing else. Ah, damn it, whiff that. We just found one like subfamily that might be eating other whales, but that's not good for them. In Iceland specifically. So, right, the Icelandic orcas pretty much just eat herring.
Yeah, just because something is nutritionally viable doesn't mean it's the preferable option.
Also, it doesn't mean that that's what they prefer, right? They actually are just smart enough to literally have preferences. Oh, by the way, this giant thing is Ayer's cauldron.
But things are not always as they seem in your
Right, that's not all that big, but it's supposedly like a mile wide or something. Absolutely nuts. So now I see the sparkles, now where is the perch from which we will reveal the trick? It's gotta be just further this way. Oh, yep, here it is. Ta-da!
I'm getting the measure of these illusions.
It is now the size of a small cup.
This cauldron should be enough to win Sutungur's favor. I could go to Utgarda now.
Okay, so we're also gonna go get a gift for Gunloth. Because that's also mythological. And as your psychic, exactly how big are giants in Norse myth? Yeah. As big as they need to be? Right, so before the Prose Edda, there's not a lot of thought that Jötnar are particularly understood to be big. Or just kind of understood to exist. And be more or less indistinguishable from the gods. Around the time of the Prose Edda, in the 13th century, they seem to really start being associated with bigness, and by the 15th century, late material, in like the legendary sagas, Jötnar, when they appear, are pretty much universally big and dumb. Oh, and since we're in the area, we can go down to these to see the shipwrecks on the coast of Jotunheim. So yeah, you know, reasonable mythology.
While you're on your way to the shore, I'm going to quickly go make myself a new cup of tea because...
Sounds good.
I got my first COVID jab the other day, and I'm feeling fine, but I am tired. So
yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get myself a little pick-me-up real quick, but I'll be right back.
Totally understandable. So the coastline here is totally fine, normal, boarding, whatever. Except sparkles. And the Great Ruin appears to be caused primarily... Oh, it freezes shut. Okay. The Great Ruin appears to be primarily caused by certain Jormungandr. Given all the snakeskin, just kind of vibing. So, there are other bits of deer skulls around that we must locate. Because there are two, like, sparkles. I mean, they're just Ymir bloodstones, but we haven't actually found any of them. I'm hearing the sound effects of one, but I don't actually... Right, am I blind? How blind am I? Oh yeah, I'm totally blind. Right there. Gets us an Ymir's bloodstone. Let's take a look at what those are, because, duh. Also, then, while Blue is getting his more tea, this is going to be a lovely redstones. They say, there are those who say such rocks are made from Ymir, the primordial giant's petrified blood. This will make a fine offering at the right altar. Also, while we're at this, we're at the 2-hour mark, basically. So, let's actually pull in some images. Since we're at 25 subpoints, we have another emote slot. So let's pull in some images of what some of our options are. Subscribers, if you are subscribed to the channel here on Twitch, you get to decide which one we're going to go for. They are all medieval marginalia. because medieval marginalia are the greatest meme material ever created. So, last chance, get those subscriptions in. If you have Twitch Prime, it's free. So, you don't want to miss it. Option 1. On that note, thank you for the Prime sub, Neutrino. Option 1. The embodiment of... this one is, I believe, from a 14th century manuscript. It's the embodiment of death in the post-Black Death era, but I prefer to think of it as 2020, come back to haunt us. We could have... where is it? There it is. The devil being punched in the face by the Virgin Mary. No, I'm not joking. That is literally what that image is. We could have... We got a badass over here. Or, the last option that we could have is, I think let's go for this early medieval manicule, which is supposed to point at an important part of the text, but also is a horrifying chicken leg thing. So, subscribers. A, B, C, or D? Option A is death waving happily at us. Option B is the devil getting punched in the face by Mary. Option C is our incredibly wealthy guy thinking that we got a badass. And option D is giving you the best way to point at something. Medieval marginalia is a absolute joy. We're getting votes for everything. I see Alatar Maya says A. Duckles says B. Horda Book says B. Raptora says A or C. I see, looks like our two most popular options. I'm seeing right now, I think A is in the lead. A is in the lead with 4 votes. B and D are tied for 3 votes. And get your subscriptions in if you want to be voting, because that's the only way you get access to these emotes. Subscribers get to spam them anywhere on Twitch, so you can bring the glory of medieval marginalia to the world. And once again, you can subscribe for free with Twitch Prime right now and get a vote. Voting will close in 1 minute. Actually, let's see if we can add...
I have returned.
Okay, we are currently deciding on what the new emote shall be.
Oh.
And look at... They are all great.
Oh, yeah, no, these options are... Ooh. Oh. Oh, no, they're... Oh,
they're all
so
good. They're all good.
They're good.
And clearly what this means is we need to get everyone in chat right now to subscribe, and then we can have all of them. But I'm seeing that I think A is in the lead, and it has been in. Peter, thank you for the subscription. Will sub when rich. But I think A got the lead. Voting is right about to close. And there's the 5th vote for A. So, death waving happily at us as
That's
the
a
worst
good one.
best greeting wins. I'm going to put that in right now. Because that is
Yes,
easy
sir.
enough
Have
to do. Viewer
to
rewards?
take a step out to go grab some tea, but I would rather take a quick break and then be awake
Absolutely.
and continue on my noticeable decline into tired and sleepiness.
Absolutely. So,
This is like actually the first like channel related thing I've
It
done
is
since
not-
we recorded the podcast, the most recent OS podcast. I have not done channel work in 2 weeks because I've been so preoccupied with moving.
fair. Hang on. Give me just a moment, because it is not square, and the game did not seem to appreciate, or Twitch does not appreciate that, which means we are going to very quickly make it square in order to make it fit. And so we are going to aspect ratio, let's make that square. And then we can move it around to agree. Perfect. And let's now upload that. 2020 high there. Nailed it. So now, the emote Ludo Here Wave exists. And subscribers can use that forever. Come on. All of our subscribers, and thank you by the way, Vilmada, for the follow. I do appreciate follows as well a whole lot. So, subscribers, spam your new emotes. Let us revel in the glory.
Demonstrate your power.
So we now have an extremely cursed cat, a thinking monkey, and death waving at us. I love medieval art so much.
Alright, well, now that this tea is finally steeped, let's...
Let's do this. Raptorus, I didn't say it wasn't cute. It's just also it's got some shit going on.
Yeah, cat's having a rough day.
And there is something here. This one's boring. I don't care about that one. Because that one's made up. That's not actually...
Well, with that attitude, you're going to skip the whole game.
Oh, wait. Wouldn't that be better? And that's... Oh, we gotta do this sliding. This sliding is the worst, but also the best. So, chat, if you don't know, I have big problems with this sliding, but look at who our contest is.
A squirrel?
A squirrel.
Look who it is. None but the High One.
Everyone say hi to Ratatusker, the...
What message do you carry today?
Who runs insults from Nidhugger to the eagle and the hawk on top of it, Veðurfurnir, just to cause mischief.
And the High One is he who will be crushed underneath my flighting skill.
The animation is the most disturbing thing I have ever seen.
Yeah, that looks like they just used human animation on the squirrel's rigging.
Yeah, they did.
Let's begin. I'm a messenger born, and I have got a word here from up on high.
It clips really badly.
Done by my cutting wit.
And the voice is terrible, too.
Yeah. Literally the tree, it's the voice actor for young Eivor, but young Eivor was way better.
They're too dull to conquer me.
Not bad, fun old man. I deal mostly in gossip, but hearsay truth. Hearken to the words I speak.
So, this is just a thing.
Fool and a puny god.
I grow weary of your squeak.
That was almost good.
Was it?
Ratatusk is the squirrel who here shall run. On the ash tree Yggdrasil.
Also, the rhyme
Though he
scheme.
fought with some fury and did his best, it was Harry got the kill.
You did better than I thought. Now leave this place before I bite.
The rhyme scheme is kinda a mess. Also, you know, once again, I must reiterate, that is not how any sort of senna or flighting works. Since there are lots of people in chat who have not heard me rant about this before, we'll do it again. Flighting is defined and dominated by the need to... Oh, that's not... That's just another... That's another myth right there. Where are we looking for? Over this way. Okay. So... Flighting is done usually alongside like a... Part of it like a drinking contest or... at a feast context in order to basically usually establish social order and to resolve disputes. And so it is a test of both ability to hold drink for those that involve drink and a test of ability to compose poetry. So we have a really good example in like Örvar Odd Saga where the hero Örvar Odr, who lives for 300 years, by the way. That's the level of... Like, really? Stop freaking doing that. And boom. There we go. Ow. Ends up drinking like twice as much as anyone, as his competitors, and yet composes better verses. And the verses are skaldic. What that means is that they are usually in a meter known as Drottkveit, which is characterized by being 8-line stanzas. These big long 8-line stanzas, of which the first 4 lines must be one semantic unit, the last 4 lines must be a relevant paired semantic unit. There is internal rhyme in every 2 lines, and alliteration across lines.
Yikes. That's complicated.
It is complicated as all hell, and that is deliberate, right? This is supposed to be the most complicated meter possible. And so it's characterized by incredibly fluid word order, but extremely difficult to master, and involving tons of kennings or poetic alternate names. So, you'll see just like layers and layers in order to make everything fit within the meter. So incredibly difficult layers of kennings to interpret, and an incredibly difficult word order to understand. And that is what we are composing in a Senna. Okay, you're about to just keel over, and we're good. It is the most complicated... We got a gear change. Lagertha's axe. 2-handed. Let's do it. So, this is an axe. No, just... Let me put it on the right thing. So, this axe looks dumb as hell. Also, you know, it is just an Easter egg to the Vikings TV show, because Lagertha is supposedly the first wife of Ragnar in that TV show. Also, his first wife, according to Saxa Grammaticus, is Gesta Danorum from about 1200 in Denmark. So, you know, not wrong, per se. But, the actual axe design is from, like, as Niram says, it's Lurstani. So it's actually bronze from about the 8th century BC in what is now Iran.
Okay.
And actually, is that a...
Oh yeah, that's where the
That's a winged Persian winged lion.
Yeah, Persian lion. Wow.
Yep. Azure Physic. Really great question. Since we are playing as Odin, can the Justa Danorum be in any way, shape, or form reconciled with the Eddas, or should it be disregarded? It is incredibly problematic as a source, but so are the Eddas. And it contradicts them in ways that are totally, like, impossible to reconcile. That doesn't mean it can just be disregarded, because it is the one and only text that offers something resembling a hint of other oral traditions, because the Eddas represent an Icelandic and Late Norwegian context that emerges in the 10th century and spreads to the Orkney Islands shortly thereafter. And otherwise, it represents a very specific, incredibly biased form of what we think of as Norse religious practice. So they suck as sources for broader religious practice. They really suck. And so that is... The Justa Danorum is our one thing that gives different accounts. And to refer to Loki specifically, you know, the account of... Yeah, that's pretty horrible. The account of Baldur's death at the hands of Hörður appears in the Justa Danorum, and we know it is the same myth because a few of the same figures do appear, and there are enough name similarities to be able to go with that. But, it's so very bad that, so different that Hörður is not a son of Odin, unlike in the Prose Edda. And Baldur is an absolute jackass, unlike in the Prose Edda. And Hörður and his Nanna is Hörður's wife, not Baldur's, unlike in the Prose Edda. And let's see, let's keep going. Hotherus and his allies get in a fight with Baldurus and the gods, and Hotherus breaks the haft of Mjölnir, which is a club based on a interpretatio to Hercules for Thor. And the mistletoe is actually like firstly a sword, and then secondly a magic potion that removes Baldur's invincibility. Also, notably absent from the entire myth is Loki. You know, the guy who the Prose Edda says orchestrated the entire damn thing. So, that is the scale of discrepancy that we are talking about between these sources.
Yeah, that's pretty wide.
Thor's bridal circlet. This will be a gift worthy of Gunnlod's attention.
So, this one here is, of course, referring to the myth of Thrymskvida, or the wedding of Thor to the Jotun Thrymr. Where is it? Quest goods. While I'm posing as Freya at her wedding to Thrymr. This is, once again, Loki did a dumb shit, got captured by Thrymr, and promised that he'd get Freya as, and so, actually, first steals Mjölnir from Thor and gives it to Thrymr, and then says he promised Freya to become Thrymr's bride. Freya is not on board with this, as she should not be. And says, you know, better idea, Thor, why don't you dress up as Freya? Actually, Heimdallr suggests this, and everyone else is like, yeah, this is a great idea. Why don't you dress up as Freya, and we'll just, like, pretend it's all fine. And so Loki has to do some sweet talking in order to make, don't mind me. I don't exist. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Okay. Oh, the game crashed. Nope, it didn't crash. We're good. It only tried to crash. Oh boy. So, you know, goes, and Thor is real bad at impersonating anyone, other than Thor. And so, eats a shit ton of food, drinks a shit ton of beer, and looks incredibly pissed off the entire time. And so Loki has to do some sweet talking to make this not be a problem. But he does, and eventually, Thrymr decides to consecrate the marriage by laying Mjolnir in the bride's lap. Thor laughs at this and then murders everyone. Which, you know, fair. Anyway, we are now in Utgard, which is the home of Utgarda Loki, obviously. But is supposedly like the other main... is interpreted here as the other main settlement of Jotunheim, which is fine. I don't hate it. It's whatever.
Stave Church I hate, but...
Oh yeah, you know, they're just... We're just...
otherwise fine.
We're just used to this. This is the Ørnestavkirke, by the way. It's basically just a replica of that particular church. With a couple of alterations, but that's the main model. Which is, you know, genuinely pretty old. It's late 11th, early 12th century, with built on top of the ruins of an even older church. But, yeah. They interpret Stavkirker, very, very Christian churches, as pagan temples here, which is dubious evidence. Incredibly dubious evidence. I don't think is a thing that we should really at all think about or want to do.
No.
No. So yeah, bingo. If anyone has the bingo card, it's on the bingo card. I don't actually have a bingo card, but it should be on the list. And Corvin, thank you for the bits. I'm glad you're finding it interesting, but maybe take care of yourself and don't overwatch Twitch while you have a concussion.
Catch the VOD when you're feeling better.
Exactly.
VOD will be here. You rest. Please.
The VOD will
please,
be here
dear
on
God,
Twitch.
Actually rest.
The VOD will be on Twitch, and also the VOD is uploaded to my YouTube channel, which also has video essays and other fun stuff that goes on there.
When it comes to concussions, a little bit of effort and rest goes a very long way. So even if it's just for like a day or two, just please don't watch the stream.
Yes. Well, we appreciate the patronage, and I'm delighted that you find it interesting. Take care of yourself, please.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Save yourself now so you can watch more streams later.
Exactly, because we have some absolute gargantuan streams coming up. Because weekends are still AC Valhalla for the next bit. There's actually no reason to climb up to the top of this. I thought this was where the, I thought this was the viewpoint. This is not the viewpoint. We're just on top of it for reasons. Don't mind me. But it's okay. We'll just hurt ourselves on the fall. Ow. Then we'll slide down the roofs, if we can not fail. Come on. Come on. Odin. Odin, please! Oh no. I'm stuck.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh god, what is happening? Anyway. That's Sutlunger, by the way. We have some absolute gargantuan streams coming up. In the AC Valhalla realms, we have 2 weeks left in the main story. Because after this, next week is going to be a cleanup episode where I find all the interesting things and mostly murder the Order of the Ancients. And a guest who was in chat earlier will be joining me, who is a geologist and geophysical sciences expert. And she is going to help me talk about environments and the wildlife in AC Valhalla and how absolutely scuffed it is.
Yeah.
The High One of Asgard, and I come bearing a great gift.
And then the week after that is the finale, where we go to Valhalla and finish the main story. And then the week after that,
Stolen by Hemia's son.
because literally the week I finish and I'm free, the Wrath of the Druid DLC drops.
Oh, that's so much steeper than it seems. Appearances can be deceiving, can they not?
April 29th, the Wrath of the Druids DLC drops. So May 1st,
Oh no.
I am getting a crack panel of experts, 4 historians, versus 1 AC Valhalla DLC. Enter the Thunderdome.
You either have to plan for like a 10-hour stream, or like find very specific points at which to like cut off and be like, okay, no, we've got to keep making forward progress. Because like you and I were having a ball laughing at the inventory for the better part of an hour. I feel like with 4 other people, you'll have barely gotten off the ship, and then 5 hours will have passed by just in the first environment you're in. So you're gonna have to set yourself pretty strict standards of when to keep moving forward.
Correct. But yeah, we have, that will be, if you watch the Gloucestershire streams, Emmett and Eleanor will be making their glorious return. And I have one more friend who is a specialist in Norse culture in the Hebrides and the Isle of Man and Ireland. And that, she is going to join us for at least part of the stream. And probably absolutely lose her mind, because we will all do it. There is a druidic cult in the 9th century in Ireland. It's going to be gloriously terrible.
Yeah. I know every time I say this, I'm like, oh, you know, as soon as we heard about this, we knew it was going to be bad, but this was the one thing that we knew was always immediately the worst. Like, everything else is, like, varying degrees of bad, but the way they handle Irish, Celtic, Welsh, pre-Anglo, pre-Saxon, like, Britain, all of that stuff is by far done the dirtiest, and most obviously so, on the most fundamental level.
Yep.
Like, you made these guys the wrong religion.
You're
retrojecting about 700 years.
700 years and about 4,000 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
Oh god. By the way, this cloak gets worse the more we look at it. Look at all the patterning on this. I don't know what it's trying to do. It looks okay, except for the fact that someone forgot... You know, there's a thing you can do with cloaks that's called trim the edges. You can just rehem... You can just rehem those edges with a knife and a thread.
Yeah. Corbin is going to get some rest. I hope you feel better, mate.
Seriously.
That migraine goes away.
And we're here twice a week. Blue is not usually here, but occasionally joins. But I am here twice a week, doing this sort of stuff. Oh, there you are. You did... Geoanomaly, you... I'm not going to spoil who you are, but who is going to be joining next week. The Savor is strong. The threads are holding. So, Savor is just a generic word for, like, magic of things. But they use it here for, like, weird, like, Magitech bullshit, like, Escape the Future stuff, which is not how any of that works. Savor is extremely female-coded, so Gunloather doing it is fine. But primarily exists in, like, a, actual historical context, and is a very complicated word to attempt to explain. It's, like, anything, I can say almost anything about it, and then have to spend about half an hour clarifying, because I will be wrong in some important way.
What is this place?
Some time ago, we made powerful magic here. We sought to see all futures, but every road led to Ragnarok.
By the way, Gunloader is also called
Father does
Minerva.
not visit here anymore.
Oops.
He
Oops.
sees no profit in it.
Oh god.
But I am
Keep
not
this in
yet
mind
ready
for the story as I told it and scenes that will occur later.
You are Esir.
I am.
God, it's so
I
just
have seen
consistently
images of the future. Heard the voices
dumb.
of those who will come after
Yup.
us.
Vlamada, by the way, which is more mythologically accurate, AC or God of War? God of War. God of War is wrong in a quadrillion ways,
Possibility.
but AC Valhalla is that 10 times worse.
What do these future voices say?
God of War, at least, as far as I'm aware, at least you can trace the choices they made.
Exactly.
You can
Right?
understand, like, what they did and how they had to deal with, like, oh, Loki as an adult is not in this story. Okay, how are we going to work around that? And they make choices that you can actually, like, follow the logic in, at least from my perspective. Whereas in this game, the choices just fully do not make any sense, and you
Correct.
cannot understand why they were made.
Exactly. I 100% agree with that. Also, the, like, Jotun panels in God of War at least acknowledge, like, that they are distorting the traditions and gives us a chance to be vaguely edutainment at least for them. Also, it's like weird Abstergo bullshit.
What's cool about the way they do it in God of War is that the fact that the understood order of the world is broken is built into the way that the story works. Loki
Exactly.
is specifically a spanner in the gears, which ends up being really, really cool. So it's wrong, but it welcomes you and like, look, we're pulling on some threads you'll recognize, but since we're making a couple pretty hefty changes, we have to make some other structural adjustments
Exactly.
along the way, which of course have knock-on effects of making things not, text accurate.
And the other big thing that's importantly different is that they are telling a focused story that has actually functional themes and like characters that make sense with relationships to each other and act as foils to each other.
Yeah.
And so the changes are in service to that. Also, by the way, we talked over him, but at the very end there was a hushed voice that said, "Who are you?" That voice is voiced by the actor who plays Ezio Auditore.
Roger Craig Smith? Wait, where?
What? He was literally a single throwaway line at the end of the cutscene. Was Ezio's voice.
Oh, holy hell. So that right there where you were was when Minerva's talking to Ezio in the Vatican?
Correct.
Oh my god.
We have long searched for a solution until the
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna go back and watch that.
Yeah, fair. I am going to also leave Gunloader.
There is, but
to
activate it
okay, I'll catch the
defiling
bot.
our well of knowledge,
Yep.
from which all of Midgard drinks. There is no telling the change it would wreak
Wow.
on humankind. It would bring chaos at the least, and I do not wish to hurt them.
Actually kind of interesting.
We will
Uh-huh.
find another way.
Uh-huh. So yeah, that was actually Minerva talking to Ezio underneath the Vatican at the end of AC2. Because they just cannot... Their story has not moved significantly since AC2. Also, I'm going to get this war point because I need this war point for reasons.
Oh, yeah.
Also,
I guess it's
I need to...
pretty dumb that, like, Minerva looks one way to Javi, but looks completely different to Ezio. That they're her skin's not blue in AC2, but they don't even bother trying to reconcile.
Yeah.
That's fine.
The argument, kind of, sort of, not really, is that oh, I got turned in a circle. I need to go straight up the wall because I can just climb everything in this game. So the argument, as far as I understand it, that the game is doing is saying, the Isu all went extinct due to a solar flare that was the Toba event, despite the Toba event being a volcanic eruption, that we literally have, like, the ash layer for the eruption. We know where it was, and who it impacted, and what changes were made in material culture as a result. But no, it's a solar flare that wipes out the Isu. Oh, it's the top of this one. I need the war point because it's the only war point in Utgardr, but this is a long, involved sequence. Getting up to the top of this thing is a very involved sequence. But it is, I think, has at least something vaguely mythologically interesting, maybe, sort of, kind of, not really. So, let's do it. But they're torturing it. And they're saying, right, cultural memory of different cultures remembers the Isu and their events differently. As a result, hey, take a look, oh, well, that got me in trouble. I shouldn't have walked out.
Oops.
Oops. We'll have to go up and around.
Maybe the whole thing is that the Isu are, it's like the TARDIS in Doctor Who, it auto-translates and auto-localizes.
Basically. But, right, it's saying, like, some idea of, like, cultural memory. Oh, good. We actually did it right. Right, there's some, like, amount of cultural memory, so different cultures remember the Isu in different ways. And that is every mythology. It's just different cultures remembering 75,000 years ago in different ways.
Seems a little bit. It seems a little long. 75's a few too many thousands.
It's like, yes, too many thousands.
Like,
it's
10,
almost.
I'll take it. Like 15, okay. 70.
Nah, I don't even take that. I take somewhere between 1 and 5,000. We can squeak, right? We can make that work.
Okay, that's fair.
10 farther than about 5,000, you're really pushing it. Comparative linguistics fails at 8,000.
Oh, is that okay? Never mind then. Yeah.
Like our standard methods of comparative linguistics literally fail at 8,000 years before present.
When was the agricultural revolution? Was that 10,000 BC?
There are parts of it that old, but it is kind of an ongoing process up until, I don't know, 3,000 BC, so 5,000 years ago.
Okay, in that case, never mind. Then yeah, like 5 tops. So even worse, even worse.
Right.
I was being too generous.
Like, there are Australian traditions that might be genuinely like 8 to 10,000. Might. I'm not super persuaded by those arguments, but at least there's an argument to be made there. Also, I think the Jotun they're describing here, Ausvider, I think it should be, right, I think it should be, like, long A-S-V-I-V-R instead of Asvid. I believe it is just, like, invented. Ausvider. Well, it does search, so... Oh, nope, it's just in Halvamal. Okay. Is like a name mentioned in Halvamal in one stanza, relating to runes. Okay, fair play. Fair play. They use a name that exists once, which I can't actually fault them for, because, like, 75% of the names we have of Norse mythology are just names with no story attached to them. Solidly 75%, if not more. Just lists and lists of names with no stories.
So it's like reading chapter 2 of the Iliad.
Yep.
And this guy and his boats, and that guy and his boats. At least there they tell you where he came from.
Exactly. But that is the so I can't actually fault them for spinning up stories around names that we have, but we know literally nothing about. Because we know literally nothing about them, but we know that they existed at some point in some region as part of the, like, myth or religious corpus. So, whatever. I'm not bothered. Ah, ta-da! There is now a big tree. So, Asvider in the game is trying to find ways to grow crops and like actually like fresh materials, and she succeeded by using Ymir's blood, which might be used to make the Dvergar. Depends on if you think I think it's what, Blauen? I think it's Blauen, because it's Bremer and Blauen are related to the Dvergar in Völuspá. So, depends on whether you think that those are other names for Ymir or not, as to whether the Dvergar are derived from Ymir's blood. But they're just names. Once again, there are names that appear nowhere else in the corpus. So, good luck. Good luck. Yeah. And now we're finally up at the top of this giant ruined tower of illusions. And as a result, we can stare at a snowstorm.
Oh, it's like a worse version of Mount Lanayru in Breath of the Wild. I've been playing a lot of Zelda recently. That's like been my one video game solace in the past 2 months.
Fair.
I haven't played Hades since I streamed it. Haven't played Immortal since I streamed it. I'm just gonna play Breath of the Wild.
Play more Breath of the Wild. It's such a good game. Also, the snow is mauling my frame rate. So, I'm gonna go deal with the world event that ends the snowstorm.
Oh, nice. I've probably got about like 20-30 minutes left of me before I probably fall over in my chair.
Reasonable.
How much can we accomplish in that time?
We can get probably through the feast, but not to the end, which means you are going to miss the actual vault. And all of it.
I want to see the vault. Okay, I'm gonna conserve my energy. I want to see the vault.
Yep, feel free to just kind of chill out. And then after we finish the vault, the last thing we do today is we fight Fenrir.
Ooh. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. While you're on the way to the next location, I'm gonna grab a sweet snack.
Yeah, seriously. If you need to just take off for a bit to get food and recover, feel free to do that. And then, like, half an hour, and then we'll be close to more interesting things happening.
And I'll stick around, but I'll snack more. That'll be my strategy.
Exactly. And sometime soon I'm going to get snacks, and then you'll have to all deal with me eating on stream. Because, duh. Actually, my brother may have made pizza. That may be the eating on stream. Oh yeah, right now, chat might be watching a PowerPoint, because these two assholes.
And here are the Stormbringers. Explain this mischief.
This tempest is our vengeance.
For a cold so, wait.
3 times we asked for Gunnlod's hand. 3 times we demanded she truce between us. 3 times my brother's hideous face drove her away. It's your face, shitwit. We're twins.
You conjured the storm because your feelings were hurt.
This storm is the storm that rages within us. The noble pain of those wronged in love.
The lady said no. Move on.
I don't
Odin not sucking in a shocking turn of events.
You're better than us, just like she did. Maybe it's time to shut your mouth.
By the way,
why don't you come and try?
So, I think this name is just a fuck up, right? The 2 Jotun that they have here, or 2 Jötnar, are Kala and Vindur. Vindur means wind, unproblematic, whatever. I think it's supposed to be Kalda, as in cold. So the Jötnar are cold and wind. But they fuck it up in the subtitles, and they name him Kala, which is not a Norse name.
Yeah, oops.
So, yeah, I think that's just like an error. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be cold and wind, but no. Also, Odin said, she said no, move on. 1, bear this in mind for later. And 2, Hávamál has not 1, but 2 of the 18 charms that Odin learned by hanging himself on Yggdrasil be how to seduce people so that they can't say no.
Jinkies.
So, let it be said that the player character Odin is a radically different person from anything resembling either the actual mythological Odin or certainly the Odin of the rest of AC Valhalla. But yay.
Skies have cleared. The blizzard is over at last.
I got myself some black and white pretzels, and I'm feeling very satisfied.
Nice.
Hello, little miss. Cleo has arrived on my
Cleo!
table.
Chat, you know what to do. Spam our cute cat for Cleo. Mistress Cleo deserves more cats.
Cleo, look, you have friends in chat.
It's
these weird cursed medieval cats.
There are some very cute medieval cats. There are also some extremely cursed medieval cats. Anyway, let's actually go do plot. Now that we have saved our frame rate, let's go do plot. Because that is like the dumbest world event. There's like arbitrarily a storm. Okay, we maybe have not saved the frame rate. There may need to be a restart in the near future to save our frame rate further. Also, this is just like this is just a dude's help. What? Oh, Trigger Spaniel, thank you so much. What the? Hey, wait.
Is it a geode?
It's a geode.
It's a giant geode.
The stone is painted gold, which is fine.
Like, people making fake chocolate geodes for like their like culinary school like thesis, but why is that a helmet geode?
Geonomaly, I need your take. Giant carved like warrior statue with a chain neck raise. That's a geode. What do you think? Quality of rock, 1 to 10.
But then even worse, was it a geode first that they carved the helmet in? Or did they carve a helmet into a rock only to later find out that it was a geode? It's like, and here's our wonderful helmet statue. Oh, fuck! Broke in half. God, I hate this game so much.
I loathe this game sometimes.
Like, I get when people talk about like, oh, is there... Actually, here's a... When we were talking about old pieces of media on the last podcast, and Reddit asked the question from being on location in the Suez Canal of like what media aged so weirdly. Like being a long-running enjoyer of Assassin's Creed over the ages, seeing how the series has changed is so disorienting.
Oh yeah,
because like this kind of shit would have never flown in like the early games, even like up until AC Unity. For all its problems, they never would have done something that stupid.
Oh yeah, like there is so much just dumb shit, and like and Geonomaly makes it very clear, and I think correctly, that was carved first, and then they realized that's a geode.
That's even funnier.
That's really funny.
They commissioned someone to spend so much time carving this giant-ass random statue of a head. They plated it in gold, and then it broke on them.
Uh-huh. Also, I need to get out of this area to locate the, like... It says Raven not available. I need to get on top of it to go take a look at this, because... There is a something here... Right. Oh, that's not even a real thing. To the best of my knowledge, this just like this has the form of a early modern Galdrestaver. Or magic literally stave, but we could just say like a magic icon. It's got the form of it with the 8 branches.
But they just made it shapes instead.
But this isn't a real one. These aren't like these aren't the runes that are supposed to be coming off of the things, because these aren't... That's like, there is an Elder Futhark rune that is this square. But that's not what they're doing, and there is no Galdrestaver I'm aware of that is just 8 copies of it. So, right, it's vaguely getting the form of it, with this being some sort of centerpiece for a ritual site, but then it scuffs it because they don't even, like... They could have just put another Vegvisor, and I would be less mad. I didn't think I would ever say that, but I could have just put another Vegvisor, and I would be less mad. This video game never fails to hit new lows. Language. Hello. What language are you speaking? That's Icelandic, but... Yeah, that's modern Icelandic with hard T's instead of F's. That's what it is. It's a scuffed form of modern Icelandic.
That actually reminds me, I have to get better at the consistency of my Greek and Latin, because the way that I learned it very piecewise over the course of years was that I had different people who taught me different vocabulary in Greek and Latin based on the subject matter. So I had, like, a lot of the philosophical words in Greek I learned from one teacher, which is different from all of the, like, historical words that I learned in Greek, which is from a different teacher, which is different from a lot of the more, like, literary vocabulary. So depending on what I'm talking about, my Greek will either be just fully modern Greek pronunciations layered onto ancient words, approximately reconstructed ancient Greek, and fully anglicized transliterations of Greek into just regular ass American English, and it is so internally inconsistent. I deeply cannot, like, even understand what I'm saying sometimes. So, like, I'm trying to get myself set, and just thinking of how the game is like, oh, sometimes it's modern Icelandic, sometimes it's reconstructed, and it's impossible. I'm like, I am also guilty of that. And I'm trying to fix it starting this year.
Yep, I am fairly consistent on modern, but it's a fairly scuffed modern. My accent is unintelligible to an actual Icelander, though I'm very good at faking it to literally everyone else.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, GeoAnomaly has very helpfully found us the largest ever found amethyst geode, just as a point of comparison. Let me just go through all the pain of adding the, like, 17 steps of adding a new image on OBS to get us this. I guess it's about not unreasonable in terms of height, but the big difference is the crystal size.
Yeah.
Those crystals are not big, and
no,
the ones
still small.
the ones in that were extraordinarily big. So, you know, less implausible than it looked at first glance, but still incredibly implausible. So thank you, GeoAnomaly, for that. And where are we at now? Sutungar introducing us to the feast.
Hospitable indeed, great Sutungar. None can say otherwise.
And see, your gift stands in pride of place, brimming with freshly fermented mead. Enough for 100 Jotnar and more.
Indeed.
This is an unexpected honor. You have filled it already with mead from your vault, then?
No need.
It has filled itself. Yup. This is true.
Impressive. But what if it should run out of mead?
It literally can't. Literally not possible. That's the power of the cauldron, is that it cannot be emptied.
Sutungar fundamentally misunderstands the premise.
More like Odin fundamentally misunderstands the premise. Also, the developers of this video game.
I was misreading the subtitles, I think. I don't actually have the game audio on, because then I'll hear you and I doubled.
I have work to do.
Your work can wait, my daughter. Take a moment.
So then there's an extraordinarily long segment of us.
Enjoy yourself. I insist.
Also, fundamentally, I'm looking at this game and I cannot unsee this character as Fiona from Shrek, but blue instead of green. As far as my brain understands it, they're the same person. Just one one's blue and the other one's green. The same. Down to the hairstyle. I am not wrong.
You're not wrong.
And I'm insulted that that's who this game decided to make Minerva.
Yep. So we need to give a speech to these guys.
Is he missing a hand?
No.
Okay, I thought I saw that Sutinger was. Oh, is the goblet? His right hand was blocked by Eivor, so I saw the empty goblet. I'm like, is that like the empty end of a cuffed sleeve? Is Sutinger missing a hand? But no, I just got confused.
Though our people are enemies, I come here to do you honor. For I know that none feast nor fight.
Well, the comments are like, "Oh, blue, that's so cursed." Yeah, but I'm not
Yup.
wrong. I only opened your eyes to what was already there.
Yup.
I could go on, but who wants to hear words when there's meat and meat to be had?
You know your audience well, it seems.
One last thing. The blizzard that has lately choked your roads and rattled your doors.
Yes.
I have stopped those angry snows for you.
God, I hate that helmet.
Yup. That helmet causes me a heart attack every time. And since we did the world event, oh god, wait, what is Sutunger's skin? Hang on, Sutunger, turn around, no. It's Isu armor, but skin.
Gross.
Right? That's what it is. It's like the weird like stringy plate fit bullshit armor, but skin.
Yeah, it's like the it's kind of like those boars from earlier almost. Gross.
So yeah, good commentary. He's been using Hell's Beauty regime. Solid corpse-like. Also, reminder, this is Jupiter. This is Jupiter.
Don't drink faster. The mead is half gone. The Aegir's cauldron can't be
Oh, good.
drained.
Since we chose good things, the cauldron starts half empty.
Yeah.
And there's a gear change. And the gear change will be followed by a restart of the game because lag. So, we're about to do a lot of eating and a lot of drinking, so what would be better than putting a leather mask over our face? Note,
Just make all those things
thick,
through
plated leather. Yeah, it's definitely it does, sort of.
But like it's not fitted on the sides. It only like, just gets the little nub. It doesn't actually cover the ridge of his nose. That's an effective mask design.
Yep. So yeah, this is what we're about to eat and drink through the mask that is made out of leather, so we can't breathe through it. Anyway, it just saved. And so on that note, we are going to quickly restart the game because otherwise it will crash soon, and it's not an enjoyable viewing experience for it to be lagging to the point that it hurts everyone's eyes. The stream does that enough, we don't need the game to turn it into a slideshow. So, quick restart,
yeah.
And what that means is a quick ad break.
Like?
A very quick ad break as well. So, if you're subscribed, you won't see any change except for the restart. But in that time, I'm also going to go get, like, a snack. So, BRB.
Well, hey subscribers, now that I've got your ear all to myself, I have nothing to say. Nothing at all. Oh, Cleo's on the couch over on the far side of the room, giving herself a clean, just doing a couple little mlems. That's a cat who cares about hygiene. Like, half of her awake time is just spent, like, mlemming. That's pretty much it. Yep, there she goes. Ugh, majestic. Yes, this is my coup. This is how I take power. I don't have any control over the stream or the game. I'm hundreds, if not thousands, of miles away, so there's no way that I can uh, actually take any control over the situation, and I am utterly at Adam's whim as soon as he gets back. But for now, I have the power.
Speaking of which, I return.
Zoinks.
Zoinks. I heard you plotting.
What? Allegedly.
Hello, Red. Well, hello there. If you have will and energy, I want to hop on call. You're more than welcome to, by the way. Otherwise, you know, no pressure there. You're about to see some real nonsense. Because we are at a feast hosted by Jotunheim, using Ayer's vat of mead. And we're going to go steal the mead of poetry. Which doesn't do poetry. It doesn't do poetry. It does Metaplot.
Love it.
Also, Red. You just missed it. But as we're coming back in, I just wanted you to know, Jotunheim is also known as Jupiter, according to this video game. And thank you for the gifted sub to OSP YouTube. Now you too can spam emotes. There are some great emotes, Red. Subscribers, spam those emotes.
Oh, this will be fun, Red. I haven't talked to you in... Hold on. 14 hours. We have our standing D&D game with some of our friends on Friday, which we didn't play D&D last night because I was even more whacked on my COVID shot than I am today. And today I'm mostly okay. I'm just tired.
Yep.
Yesterday I was like,
Ooh,
but, no,
Gazishin is here flexing on all of us because Gazishin, as the tier 2 subscriber, has an extra emote of Resident Evil or Resident Sleeper. But it is the Magi having a sweet nap.
That's amazing.
It never... Oh, Neutrina. A solid call. Since we're stuck in the past, and are, you know, just had a reference to Ezio, I sadly do not have the Revelations gear. I wonder if I can get... Hang on. Let me see if I can pick up the Revelations gear. Because that was free for a while. Nope, there's Bayek. That costs money that I don't have.
Ooh, I started a playthrough of AC Revelations in, like, September that I never finished because I picked up Immortals in the meantime. I should finish that because Revelations is so good. Like, no one liked it when it came out, but it is one of the best Assassin's Creed games.
It has... Things have gone so far downhill that Revelations is now been recognized as its rightful place of actually pretty good.
It's like, it has a really good story. That's the weirdest part. Like, the story of AC Brotherhood, very bad. Ezio is a blunt instrument in that game. He does not make a single good decision in the entire plot. He always argues with Machiavelli and his sister, both of whom are right because they are smart and he is dumb. In Revelations, Ezio, like, actually is not a moron all the time, so that's pretty cool.
Exactly.
Anyway.
Oh, by the way, this guy's name is Thraut, which means slave, because everyone with normal colored skin is enslaved by the Jötnar. This is the one... Slavery was extremely common across the Viking Age. Right, that's just part of reality. Super duper common, and super duper sucked. If you were a female slave, you were subjected to sexual violence at anyone's whim, repeatedly, It sucked. Blue, could you see if you can get Red on the call?
Yes, I can. Let me go about adding.
But yeah, they just kind of quietly don't acknowledge it in this game because slavery is bad and only bad people do it. But we have stories of just how much we have little scraps of writing of slaves complaining about how much their lives suck because, duh. And they were incredibly maltreated and generally bad.
I'm hoping my audio is coming through. Sometimes.
Yes, it is. Hello. You are pretty quiet on my end though. So.
Oh, just a sec. I've increased my gain. Not too far. I've learned from my mistakes. What?
Welcome.
Okay. Yeah. So, I only started watching semi-recently, because I also just woke up.
Fair.
This
Totally
looks
fair.
like kind of a travesty, and you guys don't seem to be having a very good time.
It is 130% travesty by volume.
Oh, fantastic. So, what kind of nightmare are we looking at? I'm seeing a lot of tall blue people.
It's quite bad.
The Yutnar are both tall and blue. And they are the Yutnar.
Okay. I assumed that part. Sorry, up my gain a little bit again. People said I was still quiet.
Yep. Let's see. What is some of the other nonsense that we've seen on just this stream?
A lot of the armor sets, but we can. I think we can summarize that by saying everything is over-designed to about infinity and back, and there are a lot of motifs that are pulled from thousands of miles away, hundreds of years either side of the 8th century, such as the St. George outfit, which had a white field red cross, and it was like, oh, look at St. George, but the cult of St. George is not a thing in England
at this time.
Later.
Yeah.
And then when we upgraded it, it turned red and gold, and it suddenly became a piece of Byzantine artwork instead of anything even remotely English.
Also, I'm just showing off. I'm showing off best worst weapon, Excalibur.
What? Wow,
Look at that.
That's
Look at
a
that.
travesty.
What's some other truly terrible? Oh yeah, we were talking about this before the stream, Blue. The Spartan shield. That is in no way, shape, or form a hoplon.
It's just the Laten shield that you get when you Google Bronze Age art.
Oh, that's rough. I hate when you can tell what they did to research the thing, because that usually means they didn't do enough research.
Oh, I need to upgrade this one so bad, because this is an oaken kite shield that has 0 pieces of oak on it, but when this hits mythical, the lion gets horns.
Oh my god.
Why? What?
Yes!
Is a horned lion like any piece
No!
of iconography anywhere?
No! Shoutouts to the Shishi Guard, which we got about 100 hours ago.
Huh. So, okay, sorry, you're playing as Odin, right? Like
right now, yes. Right now, we are playing as well. So we took some drugs, and so Eivor is hallucinating and experiencing as Havi, i.e., Ovid.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. Is that not the same premise they used in Watch Dogs to make the actually fun mini games in that game?
I think
take drugs and play a better game.
Yeah,
that is exactly what they did in Watch Dogs.
So,
except I don't think that in AC Valhalla you wake up in the back of an alley after you finish, because in Watch Dogs they made a point to insinuate exactly what they were insinuating. I don't think they do that in Valhalla.
No, they
Which
don't.
Is funny, because Valhalla is all dark and gritty and stuff, so it wouldn't be that beyond the pale.
Also, Red, is this woman who we're speaking to not a palette swap Fiona from Shrek?
Oh, okay, hold on. Oh my god. She's barely palette swapped. Fiona's a redhead.
Well, I know,
just
but
taller than average.
But blue instead of green.
Oh wait, she's blue? I thought the lighting was just really bad.
No, she's blue. Because this, so...
I mean, I guess. She just looks kind of pale. Like, I look like that after a hard winter, so...
This is true. So... By the way, so, how well do you remember the myth of the meat of poetry, Red?
Well, like the creation of the meat of poetry, where they, like, melt down that guy?
Yeah, and then Odin stealing it.
Yeah, I do remember. I mean, like, Odin's main thing is, like, stealing stuff to make himself smarter and more powerful, which I think is honestly very cool.
Yep.
Most head gods don't do that. That's more of a villainy thing.
But, so this is Gunlover, the person who's guarding it that Odin sleeps with and then steals all the meat from.
Oh, fun.
This is also Minerva in the lore of this game.
Could you give it to me again?
When you, like, okay.
Would that I had
Like the
found
Roman
what I had
goddess
yesterday.
Minerva.
Yes.
Find out what
Okay.
that was.
That seems
Mankind at Mars,
dubious at
speech
best.
it hinders. Yes.
Indeed.
Bringing in Excalibur already is like making this timeline all kinds of up its own ass, but
Could have solved.
No, I mean, that's the thing is, like, the way that this game understands history is that anything, like, north of the English Channel, either side of, like, 500 years from the 800s is fair play to have occurred in any of the places where this game goes. Like,
You know,
if it is, like, north of the English Channel, if it's north of the Baltic, it's good. Throw it in.
Yep.
you know, it's funny. I don't tend to mind the kitchen sink approach to most like fantasy and urban fantasy. I think it's a lot of fun if you just throw stuff together. But the problem is, Assassin's Creed is like entirely based on being pseudo-historical. Like that kind of urban fantasy thing. You know, part of it is about integrating unreality with reality, which means the reality basis needs to actually be solid. Like,
Yeah.
so that makes the impact of the urban fantasy better. Like, I mean, the best urban fantasy are the ones where they really make it feel grounded and real, and then they throw like elves and shit at you. In this case, it's like you're not giving me anything I can rely on because you're just pulling stuff out of everywhere.
One of the ways that the earlier games avoided this was that the stretch that they work with is like, it goes like 50, 75, maybe 100 years in either direction if they need to like reach back to pull on something or reach forward to like bring something into the game even though it wasn't really there yet. But with this game, it's about 10 times that. So you get like 5 centuries forward and back. And then all this stuff from various distances. So it's
way worse than 5
the
centuries.
range of what counts as the kitchen sink is much wider in this game, which is why it feels so much dumber, because they like break down every conceivable barrier, whereas in the other games they did have some restraints. So it's like, oh, these games are set in Renaissance Italy, like, yeah, we're gonna play a little bit, but like it's all pretty much gonna be in the same wheelhouse. Like, no, this game just goes wherever they think a cool thing could be hiding, and they bring it in.
So yeah, here's the full range of places and things that have been referenced across time periods. Because you said 500 years, you're about a third of, you're like more like 1500 years. This axe, 8th century BC Iran.
Okay.
Made out of bronze. This is an actual axe head. Except that's bronze instead of steel. But 8th century BC, Iran. The entire Gloucestershire arc is an extended reference to Christopher Lee's The Wicker Man.
Oh, wow.
So
Deep
8th
pull on
century,
that one.
8th century BC to 1973 is the range at which they are willing to pull shit from.
I feel like, you know, it's weird because if they done something like that in like the old guard, I would have been like, oh, sick. That's like a cool deepening of this character. But again, because they're trying to set it in at least a pseudo-historical context, it just feels like they're messing up rather than adding depth to the world, if that makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
By the way, chat is reminding us to say that I should tell you of the worst... no, actually, I can go worse than that. I can actually go way worse than that, because Gloucestershire existed.
Oh, okay. I'm missing some context here. Also, these
yeah,
guys basically look like genies, and that's kind of annoying me.
We're
They've
getting
got
there.
the genie aesthetic.
By the way, here we are also... We already, earlier in the stream, we saw Screamer's Glove, but we're about to fight Etley anyway, despite not being the one who does that myth.
This is a weird thing for me to be mad about, but I feel like these Jotuns are too small.
Nah, that's actually one that I'm not... Oh, I can't actually pause. Okay, I can pause here. So, the Jotnar being big is Snorri and later. The Eddic poetry from the Viking Age doesn't seem to really suggest size as a big deal. It's pretty much Snorri and then later folklore running with it. They do legitimately run with it. By the 15th century, Jotnar are big and dumb. And that is their entire characterization. But anyway, yeah, we're fighting Ethli, like Thor did, in that other myth that already happened, that we referenced.
I'm sorry, hold on. Why is the pause screen, like, jittering?
Because we're in a fight, and that's just how it do.
What's happening?
But anyway,
what is this game?
While I try and... Ow, I'm getting wrecked by the windmill arms. Anyway.
I feel like... Okay. This is like a weird thing. Oh god, what was I gonna say? I just woke up and my brain is not on yet. This game, it feels like it's put together from the cut corners of other Ubisoft games.
Yes.
And, like,
Yes, it is.
That's how they made Portal. And Portal is good, but Portal's not trying to be all the games it's made of cut corners of.
Uh-huh.
That's a very good way to describe it.
It is. By the way, no, but here's the Gloucestershire arc, and the climax of it, where we're trying to stop a human sacrifice, and so we go running off to a cave in the Elfwood, spelled A-E-L-F Wood, not Ash L-F Wood, A-E-L-F Wood, and we enter a cave and go sliding down a waterfall into this big Celtic pagan temple to Cherninos, which is Stonehenge, underground in a cave, with a 19th century tree of life, which is the symbol of the Order of the Ancients, carved into the floor. And the person who is doing the sacrifice is a worshipper of Nimue?
What?
Who can
the
actually...
Arthurian folklore?
From French Arthurian folklore.
Wow.
Who can actually see the future and, like, do prophecy. And her outfit is just, like, white paint and tattoos and scraps of fabric, and using a Bronze Age staff that is now used in modern Wicca, or a Bronze Age knife, sorry, that's used in modern Wicca, and a staff that is an asset reuse from Origins that cobbles together 2nd and 29th Dynasty Egyptian symbols.
Oh, flawless. I'm sure nobody will notice.
They light it on fire so you can't notice.
Ah! Wow. I mean, honestly, like, just bringing in Excalibur is stupid. Bringing in Excalibur and Nimue just brings in so many more questions.
Correct.
Like, you're supposed to be Odin, right? Like, ancient times Odin. What?
Oh, no, this was what we were playing as Eivor. This was in the 9th century in Gloucestershire.
Oh, that's even worse.
It's way worse. The monastery that was founded in the 7th century in Gloucestershire, nowhere to be found in that game.
I mean, at this point, I figure we're like 2 minutes away from Asterix and Obelix showing up.
Yes!
I would be surprised if there's a reference to them in there. I feel like, although I should clarify, my like 500 years either side was, again, I am trying to be generous to this game whenever I can, so the criticisms land harder, but like most of the things that a casual player will know of, like Excalibur for instance, is like that's like a few centuries before, and a lot of the armor sets they work with are like a few centuries after, so most of the stuff falls within that like 1,000-year band either side of the 800s, but Adam, you're exactly right, there is a non-negligible amount of stuff that basically goes from Second Dynasty Egypt, basically the start of what we can call history, to the fucking 70s.
Yeah.
It does kind of feel like when they were, I hesitate to say researching for this game, they maybe stumbled on some of like the more dubiously sourced neo-pagan revival stuff.
Yes,
and
they did.
Like, yeah, this is the good shit.
So, right, we know one of the main sources that they used for the Gloucestershire arc was Graves, Robert Graves. As in, the guy who was such a crackpot that every academic at his time, and this was when academia was the fucking Wild West, every academic in his time laughed him off for being a crackpot.
God. Well, yeah, that's, I mean, the thing is, I understand the appeal, because like all the neo-pagan revival stuff, like, it sounds dope. It's not true, but it would have been cool, and I understand the appeal of it would have been cool. Like, I'm not as, like, versed in this stuff, but I feel like the stuff about Chernonos, like, there's no evidence that, like, that was a thing, right? It's like they found
Correct.
a piece of iconography, and they were like, wouldn't it be rad if this was, like, a horned god of the hunt? And everyone was like, yeah, that would be rad.
We have a name from, like, a stone from the border of France and Germany that has illegible Ernunos, and the linguists all went like, that's got to be a C, so it's Chernunos. Other than that, we have like 3 images and the Gunderstrup cauldron, which is from Denmark but uses Thracian material. No evidence of him being in England. Also wasn't a nature god.
Yeah. I feel like that's the big problem here. It's like we can construct this cool, ancient, mysterious hunter thingy with like a really sick design. It's like, yeah, we can make that up, easily. But it's not until you retroactively say that it was this thing that it gets that depth that you need to really make it feel cool. And that's the problem. This is like all about just trying to make something that feels cool.
Uh-huh. This is 100% feels cool, no regard to anything. And remember, they marketed it as enter Dark Ages England and explore all these historical places and meet all these historical people, like Alfred the Great, who is just the biggest drama queen ever imaginable in this video game.
Oh, God.
Oh.
He's not Order of the Ancients, but he's like controlled
He is,
by them, right?
No. So, the father... They don't do a very good job on hiding who the models are on the people we don't know, right? You can totally just see them.
Oh my god.
The father is Alfred the Great.
God damn it.
The spoilers, obviously, for the ending of the Order of the Ancients questline right now. He is also the person who sends you the letters to go to the 3 cities in this game to take out the Order of the Ancients, because he is annoyed. He inherits the role of father and thinks that they're dumb and ungodlike and bleh. And so sends Eivor to go murder them all out so he can establish the Templars in their place.
Yikes.
Like,
wow.
I don't hate the idea of someone being disillusioned with the Order and working to undermine them, but just replacing them with the Templars 300 years earlier. No!
That's dumb. That's real dumb.
What is this? What is this
I feel
axe?
like Assassin's Creed must have had a long game at some point, you know? Like an overarching plot.
It ended in Assassin's Creed 3.
Yeah, see, that's the problem, and now they're torturously prolonging it until they run out of ideas.
By the way,
Assassin's Creed 3 was supposed to be the 3rd game, but then after the Ezio, after AC2 sold so well, they were like, oh wait, let's stretch this out. And then you get Brotherhood and Revelations, which, like, good, those are good games. I like those games, but they had to like spin their wheels a little bit as they played for time. And like Revelations just doesn't have a modern day plot line. And then
that's okay. It makes it better.
Yeah. And then 3 was like, oh, well, this is the thing. We got to go to all these places and get these, like, got to get a pair of AAA batteries to power up this temple and go inside and touch the orb and stop the solar flare, because that's how magic works. And then they just ran out of ideas. So you work at fake Ubisoft for 2 games, and then
and then they abandoned that plotline.
They abandoned that plotline. AC Unity doesn't actually have a modern day story. It's only implied, which is good. AC Syndicate doesn't have a modern day playable story. It has cutscenes, and it has like 5 cutscenes over the course of the game, totaling no more than 10 minutes. And as far as I'm concerned, that is the best modern day in any video game after like AC1. And then Origins and Odyssey and Valhalla have Layla Hassan, who is a bad character that is not interesting or has any redeeming qualities. Because Red, I showed you the clip where she fucking beans her friend with the giant staff.
Yeah.
And then is like, oh wait, sorry, the staff made me do it. It's like, no, Layla, that one's on you. That one's on you.
It controlled me to do evil, which is why I seem so not regretful.
Yeah.
They do make her regretful in this game, because there is one email that she never sent apologizing for it.
Oh, would you look at that? Sent to who? Did she not kill that lady?
Oh, to that lady's family.
Oh my god.
Like, literally wrote it to try and apologize. Yes! And then deleted it! Didn't hit send and put it in the trash.
Not even like a Hallmark card. Sorry I murdered your family member.
By the way, the reason why I'm sitting on this knife is, notice the name, Sutunger's Claw. We just met Sutunger. Guess where we found this knife?
That's a loaded question. I don't think I want to answer it. Where did we find the knife?
In the Assassin's Bureau in Winchester.
Oh, Winchester. Huh.
Which, you know, whatever. The important thing is in an Assassin's Bureau. You know, the assassins. The people who are famously working against the people who are trying to replicate Isu society. Sutunger, famously in Isu, because he's also Jupiter, and this game has, like, no taste.
I'm sorry, what?
Sutunger is Jupiter.
In what regard?
Because the video game says it is.
The way that this game handles it is that all of the like frost giants are just the Greek gods, but they look different because the whole way that the Isu work is that they just look different because different cultures remember them differently. So it's like wacky syncretism up to 11. So like the lady who's Fiona that we were talking to, that's Minerva, like Sutunger is Jupiter, and like everybody is everybody. So all of the blue people are actually just Greek Isu ancient gods that we're familiar with from other games. They just kind of threw it together and then thought like, oh, it's cool because it's like a crossover and it's a thing. And it's like, no, it's not smart, it's not clever, it's just stupid.
All right. You know what? I just identified why this annoys me so much. Because obviously it's stupid, but like it makes the world feel small. Like really small. Everything in this world is either like the same group of, what are these guys, ancient aliens or something?
Like progenitor race, not ancient aliens. Like, discount ancient aliens.
Okay, it's either like this one group of like 20-something ancient aliens, or like assassins or Templars. And that is it. That's the only explanation for anything. And it's just, I mean, it makes this world feel like you can bounce around as much as you want, but you will never be surprised. It will always be the same set of people and like the same like dozen or so historical figures with readable Wikipedia pages, and then we'll just go from there.
Matt, thank you for the 100 bits. With the very prescient comment of, aren't we all so excited for Ireland?
Oh my god, it's gonna be so bad. It's gonna be so bad. Red, I don't know if I've told you about this. It's gonna be really bad.
I'm dreading it. Here's the thing, I can already see what the trailer will look like. High cliffs, ethereal woodwinds, redheads everywhere.
No,
There's
Red,
gonna be some dudes with horns.
It's
I'm gonna
worse.
message you this right now. You can take a look at it later. It's bad.
Yes.
The name of the DLC, but this I think is more illustrative. The name of the DLC is Wrath of the Druids.
Oh! Okay, woofy neo-pagan bullshit, basically. Just
Uh-huh.
from the histories.
Oh yeah. I'm getting a bunch of my friends who are all professional historians on for communal suffering.
Well, now I'm demanding that they bring in Asterix and Obelix. It's only fair.
It would be better.
Trailer acquired.
They might save it for the They might save it them for the Francia DLC, which is the next DLC, which will release this summer.
I'm gonna watch this thing muted, just to get some concept of, oh, you know what? I thought they were gonna do like the, ethereal Celtic Ireland, but actually it's just the same dark, hot nonsense that they've been doing for ages.
Oh yeah.
Watch it with the subtitles on because the way they talk about it is really illustrative.
Oh boy.
And we are entering the vault, which has a whole bunch of Metaplot lore, and also some yikes.
We're putting out a lot of fires. Let's let Red go through the trailer first.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we will let it go here.
Further, dive into the Viking fantasy, which is why we're going to Ireland. Wrath of the Druids.
It's so
bad.
Yeah.
You know, that's not how horns work. Like that, you normally only have 2 sets, or like one set of 2. Ancient Druid cult, Wrath of the Druids, blah blah blah. You will be able to fight the children of inaudible cult.
Children. What is it? The Children of Danu, I believe.
Yeah, ring forts. All right, ring forts are cool. Influenced the trading systems of Dublin, which at the time was a bustling trading metropolis. That's kind of neat. I don't know enough about Irish history to dispute it.
That's like the one thing they say that's true with that.
That's the one thing that's true.
More interested in the Celtic, the Druids, and those darker tones that really
Darker
add the
tones.
mysterious
That's what it
feeling
is.
of the expansion. There it is. Yep, we got
That's
a
it.
Misty
That's
Forest.
it. Yeah.
Yep, Misty Forest at
that.
night.
Yeah.
I put that in my review because I'm like, here's where it is. You can see exactly what fat nonsense they're working off of and what idea they have in their heads of how this is supposed to go.
Yep. By the way,
And they make everything fit that idea.
And Emmett222 in chat is one of the guests for that stream. And they are an actual PhD student in Irish heroic literature. And The Children of Danu is Tuatha translated.
Fucking really? Come
Also,
on.
also, Dublin, primary good being traded through there was people. There is a bingo. There, Emmett has made a bingo card, and on it there is an entry where they conveniently forget that Dublin was a slave port.
Yeah, we should make more bingo cards for things like this. It's just endless comedic potential.
We need to make the template and then we can just fill it in after the fact. Like we should get a live stream template. We should get a podcast template. We should get a Adam. We can make you a template.
Facts.
Oh, absolutely. God, I mean, the thing is, I understand why they do this because I understand the whole fog of ages, mysterious ancient god. Like that's cool. It's really cool. It's just, if you're trying to tell the story and framing it like you're being accurate, you cannot also be all, oh, it's mysterious and ethereal and wildly inaccurate to all of our credible sources. Like, pick a side, man.
Yeah, they try to do everything.
It's such a bizarre form of exoticism, too.
Yes.
It's almost as bad as, like, those people who, Japanese steel folded 10,000 times, but they're doing it about fucking druids. It's like, guys.
You know what it is? Everything that they do in this game is so exoticized, Red. You're exactly right. It feels like the game version of the way Tumblr talks about history.
Oh, God, that's such a good analogy. Holy.
Yeah.
There
yeah,
it
you're
is.
Right.
There
yeah,
it is. That's my take for the ages. Oh man, I'm gonna coast off that for a month.
Oh yeah. By the way, Luca, this is absolutely exactly that curse sounding. It is going to be exactly as cursed as it sounds. Also, yeah. By the way, where we found Excalibur, we had the person who put it there was King Arthur, who was writing in Ogham. And there were also Isu inscriptions that were diary entries from Lugh and the Morrigan.
Alright.
Underneath, in an Isu barracks, directly underneath Stonehenge.
Right, which is underground, as I recall.
No, that's a different Stonehenge.
Oh, how silly of me!
That's right, because it's like fucking Pippin. Oh, but what about Second Stonehenge?
You know what's frustrating about that, though? If you're gonna mythologize King Arthur, make him Welsh, you cowards! That's what he was!
Oh, they do call the sword Caladful. They do use the Welsh name.
But then they have him write in Ogham.
In Ogham, which doesn't have a W.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, wow, cool.
It is... They cannot get a single thing right. They have not gotten one thing right. Remember at the beginning, right, even when I was on your guys' streams, or when you came on for the Asgard stream, Blue, remember when we were, like, hopeful? And, like, there were occasionally good parts?
Yeah.
And there were things that we thought, like, maybe they were just blending. There were some historical parts, and then some parts that they were just, they're, like, freely blending real and fake. But there's at least some good things to talk about?
Yeah, no.
No.
Okay, I guess, here's what I think. At some point, maybe we should flip the standard we're holding them to. Because we're holding them to the standard they set of, pseudo-historical, slightly fantastical, hot nonsense. And then, at this point, it's just like kitchen sink fantasy. History is, the source you draw on, but then you're just throwing together whatever you think fits. So, after a certain point, should we just start treating this as, historical inspired fantasy?
I hesitate to use even the word inspired. More like historical deranged from this.
Yeah, I mean, it is kind of disheartening that we can tell exactly what level of research they did and where they stopped.
And Peter, wait on. Given that right now what's going on is the seduction scene that occurs in the Norse myth, remember that this is Minerva.
Yeah.
This is Athena! This is Athena!
His hand just fully clipped through her hair, and they did. This is a cutscene.
Yeah.
Could have done this better. Hilarious.
Oh my god, Gazician Historian, thank you so fucking much for the $100 donation. With the comment, here's some more alcohol money, make it whiskey.
Love to nap next to people fully clothed. So good.
Oh yeah, no, you know, all the sex scenes are tasteful cuts to blacks and everyone remains fully clothed. Oh.
Yep. Because then you might need to render somebody taking off their clothes, which would be horrifyingly difficult.
Oh, there is one scene in the game, which I did not stream, where they do have at least partially naked models.
Huh.
So they did do it once.
Well, no, it's not hard rendering a partially naked model. It is hard rendering fabric moving convincingly.
Oh yeah, no, you just have a clip. You just have a jump cut and just switch models. Don't worry about it.
Of course,
That's actually one thing that I noticed in when I was going back through Assassin's Creed Odyssey for when I was researching my Herodotus episode, because I wanted to see how they handled his introduction. There's a moment where Herodotus is wearing a hood, and he goes to take off his hood. What they do, because they don't want to animate it, he reaches up to grab the top of his hood. It cuts to a reaction shot of Cassandra looking like surprised, and then it cuts back to the hood down, and like Herodotus removes his hands from his shoulders where he takes the hood down, so they don't actually show him taking the hood off because they don't want to bother animating it. They just like hood up, put the hands at the top, cut to a reaction shot, cut back when the hood's already down, and then you don't have to animate it.
I mean, that's what I would do, to be honest, right? Because the AC team really sucks at fabrics. Like, even by the standards of sucking at fabrics, they really suck at fabrics.
Wasn't there a game where, like, is it Desmond? Like, his base running animation clipped his backpack through his jacket?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like, and you see him from the back. This wasn't even hard to spot.
Yeah.
Anyway, cycling back to this game, now as we wander through here, we can hear about how we are Javi, we are Oven, created the world, because we have these little pieces of paper. Again, paper. About the creation. Which is derived mostly from the Prose Edda, but a little bit of Völuspá.
Right, okay, here's the thing. That's a can of worms I feel like they shouldn't have touched. Because if they're already pretending like, oh no, this is all like real, like the Isu, like they were here, like physically, and they affected the world, and then it's like, and this guy right here, who you're running around in, created the world, with a salt lick and 2 other guys who we haven't met. And it's like, I'm sorry, like physically, like actually, how does that factor into this?
By the way, once again, I remind everyone, the super literate culture of the Norse and 9th century England has like every peasant able to read and write, and every letter in the game is a copy of this manuscript page, which I believe we figured out was Lindisfarne Gospels?
Oh god, really?
I mean, I'd believe it. I mean,
gorgeous
it makes
insular
perfect sense.
manuscript.
It's a logical jump of like, oh, this is a thing from Lindisfarne. That's in England. Yeah, put it in.
Yeah, the one abbey everyone remembers the Vikings dealt with.
You can totally see the logical jump that led to them taking this shortcut. Like, that doesn't even faze me anymore. I'm so beyond that.
No, hang on. I can still do it. Guess which island is not rendered is not physically present on the map of this game?
Fucking Lindisfarne.
Fucking Lindisfarne. I mean, also Iceland, but Iceland is also not here. You are correct. What? Iceland is not here.
I was fucking kidding.
No, Iceland is not to be found.
Lindisfarne is the one place. It's the place. It's the Viking place, and they don't put. Are you kidding me?
That's so stupid.
Lindisfarne is not. There is. You can go to the bit of coast where Lindisfarne should be. And all there is that there is at this point, in the last update, they added a singular, like, wooden archway in the middle of the ocean.
Wow.
So...
Really, yeah. Making the effort.
Yeah, Lindisfarne. But hey, we have Vinland in the 9th century as, like, a well-traveled site that Saint Brendan went to.
Huh. God.
Saint Brendan is in this game, by the way.
I'm glad I know very little about Vinland in this game.
I mean, it's just the audacity of making a Viking game and not putting fucking Iceland. This is the
Yeah.
Norse mythology expansion, and they didn't put in Iceland.
They should have set this game like 300 years later. That would have made it so much better. Just
Or
instantly
early
that
enough.
one choice.
That's
Yeah.
the thing, like, you could also set this early enough that it's fully in, like, the Fog of Ages zone. You put this shit in, like,
Or-
the Battle Axe culture, and you can just make up whatever you want as long as you get the flint napping right. Like, it wouldn't be historically accurate, it would mislead people because they, you know, they are kind of selling themselves on being the historical game. But putting yourself in this time frame is just so constraining. Okay, hold on, sorry, I have a question. I was about to be like, when are they gonna do Atlantis? And then I remembered they did Atlantis and we streamed it.
And it was bad.
Because I was like, yeah, you know, you just take something fictional where we have a few details, and as long as you get those details right, you can just world build whatever you want.
Yeah, but they don't get
Everyone
those
that does-
details right.
They don't. No, they don't get the details right. They could have done the walls of the various metals. They could have done, like, the specific tile pattern that they describe in the dialogues, but they didn't. Instead, they just made it blue and glowy because Atlantis the Lost Empire was good, and they hope nobody watched it.
Uh-huh. My perpetual thing for this game is there are two things I would do that would make this game approximately 50 times better, and they are both easy fixes. Firstly, the time period when the game should be set is the year 1000. Not the 870s. It's the year 1000.
Yes.
Thing number two, don't make it open world. Make it a series of slightly open levels that just, like, world jumps. England, Spain, the Kievan Rus, Constantinople, Iceland, Greenland, Vinland.
Yes. Oh my god. That's it. That's all you need. And it'd be perfect. The
game would be so much better.
Single fucking thing that would have redeemed this whole game for me was Constantinople. That was the one thing I wanted. The one thing they could have given me that would have made me forgive so much else, and they didn't because they're cowards.
They're cowards who saw that the History Channel, like, did a popular, and they wanted to do the same thing. Ignore the fact that Vinland Saga also did a popular. But, you know, here we are. Also, it would also fix, you know, in this game, your random, like, super badass mercenary, they use the name Jomsviking for. Regardless of the fact, okay, why am I truly being lost in this temple? Or this random cave?
Because it's not well designed, so it doesn't lead you out.
Correct. It needs to lead me.
Put some glowing gold handprints on shit.
It needs to lead me farther in. I think it's up here that I'm supposed to go. But right. So, if you set in the year 1000, you could actually have, you know, just your main character be one of the Jomsvikingar, the pseudo-historical mercenary band that kind of made a mess of Denmark, the Baltic, northern Poland, and is part of Knut the Great's army, England. You could just be a Jomsviking, and it would be fine. You could have the Jomsvikings be hidden ones. It would be fine. It's not great, but it would be fine. And you could just go places and ruin shit and have your Viking fantasy without needing to make a specific group of mercenaries the generic name for badass Viking dude. Anyway.
Like, for instance, you can make a very easy jump to, like, making them, oh, like, this band of, like, Jomsviking is, they're just the Varangian Guard, and then it fits. Just, like, have them suddenly, like, oh, this is their job for the year. They're going to be in Constantinople, just, like, working on stuff. And then it's fine. It fits. It works.
It works. Or, yeah, you could have them be a Jomsviking, and the first thing is, yeah, you go serve in the Varangian Guard with, like, a young Haraldur Hardrauda. Yeah, that's scuffing the dates a little bit, but, you know, with a young Haraldur Hardrauda, you go serve in the Varangian Guard for a year, and that's when you get introduced to the Hidden Ones. And then you're set, you know, you get hired by them to go take out Order of the Ancient members across Europe.
So cool. That would have been so cool.
And you can still just go off and do whatever. The Order of the Ancients don't care, as long as you also take out, or the Hidden Ones don't care, as long as you take out the Order of the Ancients members.
God,
I've been lost for the last minute and a half, but I'm glad you guys are having fun.
Basically the concept of, like, how to make this game work in a way that would historically fit and would have reason for a character to be bouncing around between so many different places, but also structuring it in such a way that it's not big, gigantic open worlds, because this game does have a lot of different places it goes to. It's Norway, it's England, it's Wales, it's
not Wales.
Eventually,
Wales is not in this video game.
Ah.
Gloucestershire.
This film.
Yeah, Gloucestershire is, and the river raids have the Severn, which is the border. Though
okay,
they make
cool.
the
Sorry, just the Severn. Just the Severn, then.
they make the Severn a figure 8.
Yeah, that's dumb. But like, okay, so the Severn, at least the
fucking
marches,
Severn!
kind of.
Yeah.
You get Francia, you get Vinland, Asgard,
Well,
and then here Jotunheim. There's
we
so
will
many
get
places that
Francia.
make them. Yeah, we will. We will get Francia, but like, there's so many places that are so big and full of bloat that they're all really big and gross and unwieldy. And England itself is far too big. But if all of those things were scaled down to like half or like a third the size, and England is like a fifth of the size that it is right now, it would have worked. So you could have a lot of different small varied places that each have their own flavor and feel and aesthetic, rather than having these big bloated gross open worlds with nothing to do in them but go to the map marker, collect the thing, and never come back.
Oh,
That's basically the point we're making.
hang on. So I finally found where we're supposed to go, and I've been wandering around here because this is deep metaplot of the 6 different ways that the Isu have tried to prevent the Toba solar flare, not the Toba eruption, the Toba solar flare, from wiping them out. And there is some spicy takes.
Lore I'm not familiar with.
Yeah,
this is like the backstory to the whole thing. So first we have the 4 towers of iron to capture and disperse the sun, which is otherwise just fine. Appears to be on a runestone. Wait, isn't this like part of what like Desmond uses?
I have no idea.
This one's just wild. Second were the silver rings fashioned by Idun to encircle the 9 realms.
Excuse me.
Idun, the goddess of youth, the keeper of the apples. You know, as you actually pointed out to me, Red, might actually be related to the Sons of Vivaldi, and therefore actually maybe doing metal work.
Yeah, there's like one story, but also like why
In
the fuck
fucking
would they have
Hindu
Idun make those rather than have some dwarves do it?
I don't know. Like space rings? I think those are supposed to be like space rings.
Yeah, I'm sorry, when they say 9 realms, once again, we are grounding this in the real world with like real places and shit. I assume we're not doing multi-dimensional stuff, except maybe in the Atlantis thing, I don't remember. What are the 9 realms? Please tell me one of them is Iceland.
No, the 9 realms are, we're talking like the 9, this is still filtered through Norse mythological framework, and so we're literally thinking of the 9 worlds, Midgard or Ausgard or Jot, well.
Right, yeah, but the thing is the game is set in the real worlds, and, and the Isu were real beings.
They don't fucking, no, they don't, we don't freaking know. Jotunheim is Finland. North America, by the way, the geography of this level, Jotunheim, maps on top of the geography of Vinland, i.e. New York. Not Newfoundland, New York!
I'm sorry, Jotunheim is New York now.
Yes!
That's amazing. I've been there in winter. It is very cold.
Also, you know, the Mohawk totally lived in the 9th century in New York.
Oh, yeah.
Totally.
Yeah, actually, Adam, you know how we saw the big roots of Yggdrasil going out across Jotunheim? That's actually it's just Central Park. Central Park.
Yep. Third were Idun's apples to amplify the hunger of all creatures. That's not what they did, but fine. But this looks like, I mean, it looks like this is supposed to like vaguely be like Odin's sacrifice. But what this looks more like to me in the style here is that it's inspired by the runestone at Royal Yelling, which was raised by Harald Bluetooth, Harald Blåton, in honor of his father Gor. And one side of it has a giant fucking crucifixion scene because it was made after Harald converted to Christianity. Yeah. And that's what this reminds me of really hard. There is just straight up a copy of it somewhere in Norway. Somewhere in Norway there is a copy of the Royal Yelling runestone. I've not been able to find it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Jesus. Like this is like Jesus with the serial numbers filed off.
It barely looks like Jesus. It does not look like Odin, in fact.
Fourth was the Sever, by which we spoke the first language of the 9 realms. Question mark? Big old question mark on that one. But shoutouts to bind runes, which are just like 2 runes smashed together for fun, which is what all of these random things are.
I want like Norse urban fantasy where the 9 realms are the planets in the solar system. That's what I want.
Fair.
Just fucking do it.
Fair.
You know,
I'd be more willing to take that. By the way, this is, I think, is an actual Iron, like Nordic Bronze Age and early Iron Age runic symbol of unknown significance, may be associated with Odin. Not the Jotnar, Odin. Yep. This is just a random buff, dude. 5th was the armor we donned to guard our bodies against cosmic shocks. Okay, it is just buff dudes. With presumably, these are supposed to be either dead warriors or humans worshipping them. Well, here, the only thing I will interpret this as is the innumerable number of snakes that exist around Nidhugger in Niflheim. That's the only thing I'm willing to interpret that as.
Yeah, that's fair. They don't really look like anything else.
Yeah. 6th was the vessels into which we sent our Huger, i.e. this is the Sage program, that is the one that actually kind of sort of works.
So what is that exactly?
Basically, the Isu trap their DNA, because genetic memory is like the fundamental premise of this video game.
Yeah,
Put their DNA inside of a machine that will at some point in the future, when the damage is past, randomly insert it into human hosts, where it may or may not awaken, and they will recognize themselves as Isu and reestablish their glorious civilization or something.
It's
a long con.
That sounds like a more interesting game, I think.
No, that is this game. This is why we are able to play as Odin in this game, because Eivor, Odin's DNA randomly gets inserted into Eivor, and that's why Eivor can speak to Odin, and he tells us consistently the wrong thing to do.
Oh my god, it's the plot of Jupiter Ascending. Holy
God
shit.
damn it! In the defense of Jupiter Ascending, a sentence I have never said before and will never say again, they didn't do the genetic memory thing. It was just like space wills and inheritance and shit.
Promised answers at the well of Mimir.
Okay, real quick, I have to use the bathroom, but I'll be right back.
Okay,
Cool.
in the meantime, Red, do you recognize the name Hirokin?
I'm sorry, I'm watching the stream, so I'm a few
Yep,
seconds
you'll
behind.
see it. You'll see it in the subtitles, real quick.
The name, Hirokin?
Yeah.
Hirokin. I do not, I think.
So this is the Jotun who, at Baldur's funeral, is called on to shove his boat into the sea.
Okay.
Literally the only time this being is mentioned ever.
Alright. Thanks, game.
In the lore of this game, that is Juno.
Okay. Is Hirokin mentioned to be, like, a woman?
Yeah. It is a troll woman of great ill temper.
Alright, that's kind of... Okay, making her Hera is kind of funny. Very stupid. But
It's
kind of
extremely stupid, but also a little bit funny. But yeah, I genuinely have no clue why they picked that name to be Juno.
Yeah, weird choice, especially considering all the, Norse goddesses who you could have chosen instead.
Yeah, Freyja's not in this game, by the way.
What?
Freya is Odin's consort because we're taking Surtlathauter as a genuine source of anything.
/ that thing they did in God of War, where they made Frank and Freya the same
Yes.
being.
I mean,
Which
yes.
kinda liked. Like framing, I mean, the thing that made God of War work where this is not working for me is that the inherent framing of God of War was that the future narrators were unreliable, and Odin was a propagandist, and we were already siding with the quote-unquote bad guys. And that essentially provided a buffer between historical and mythological inaccuracies and bothering the audience, because it's like, okay, sure, you make this kid and you make him Loki, and instead of being like, the fuck? He doesn't seem like the Loki I'm, familiar with. It's more like, holy shit, what? What does this mean? And, that's the reaction you want when you have that kind of reveal, rather than, so you didn't read the right books. Okay.
Yes. The other thing that God of War does that this game doesn't is have an actually, well-structured narrative where the changes they make sense for the themes and ideas of the narrative that they are telling.
Yep.
They are not just making decisions, which this game is doing. They're actually thinking about what those mean.
The interesting thing about God of War 4, I think, is that it gives you a linear narrative, and it also gives the player the option of the open world. Like, periodically, you know, Boy will be like, hey, maybe we should just tool around for a little bit. What about it? And almost everyone I know who's played this game did not do that. They basically just did the linear narrative, because it was a good narrative. And I feel like more game studios should have taken a lesson from that, which is open world may be easier to make, because essentially it puts the onus on the player to make the plot and have their own fun. But it's clearly better and more fun for the player if you give them a plot. Like, you know, not necessarily railroading them, but, you know, they want a narrative, preferably a good one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and by the way, now we are fighting Sotunger, who is suitably, like, tall. Right, you wanted a tall Jotnar? I've got you covered.
I mean, he's alright. Again, God of War 4 spoiled me on giants.
Exactly. Also, he's got Skyrim's helmet.
Yeah, he does. What the fuck?
He just has Skyrim's helmet.
I have lived too long to suffer.
See what I like? You know, Skyrim does not bother me, because Skyrim is a mess. Everybody knows it. People don't play Skyrim for the plot. People play Skyrim for the glitches they can tell people about. And, you know, the fun stories and the wacky, the fun that they make. Like, I think I know the plot of Skyrim. I think I looked it up once, but it's like, who cares? And, you know.
Back.
Hello. We're discussing. I've been talking about open world versus linear narrative and how God of War 4 kind of gives the players both, but almost everybody does the linear narrative without really branching out into the open world too much.
Yeah.
And how games like this, and you know, I guess Odyssey did the same thing, where it's like, it's an open world with stuff to do, but it doesn't really feel like you're accomplishing anything. And that's, you know, that's the problem. It's, you know, people will tool around, but like, if you give them a sandbox, they're gonna get bored after making a few castles, you know?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's just like, come on. And like, you know, Skyrim is open world, but it also has a plot. I don't care about the plot. I don't particularly care about the open world. I care about all the ways I can juke various enemies into hilarious positions and then accidentally get stuck in glitches and then tell people about it later. Like, Skyrim isn't fun to play. Skyrim is fun to talk about later.
Yes. Cyan and I were playing some Skyrim late last year, and swiftly came to the conclusion that it's not actually fun, but it can be fun. Cool.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I remember I was playing the Soulstime DLC, and it was just really glitchy on my end for some reason. And let's see. I was also severely underleveled, because what would happen is they would give me a quest, so I would go and do it. And when you have the Soulstime DLC, the cultists show up almost immediately after you deal with the Greybeards for the first time. And I kept getting, like, one-shotted by all those Lovecraftian monsters in that other dimension, and I was, like, looking up what to do, and they were like, at this point, it shouldn't be too hard for you to juke them and defeat them. And I was like, it is! It really is! But I you know, muddled through. And I had 2 glitches in the final fight with whatever the main bad guy was in that game. I don't remember his name. Yeah, no. In the Soulstime DLC, the undead former Dragonborn, which was a cool concept for a bad guy. But, like, at one point when you're fighting him, you're up on this tower, and he's like flying around on a dragon. He like hops from dragon to dragon and drains their souls to power himself up, which is neat. But something missed the timing, and he never got off the dragon, so he was just circling the tower at a very far distance, and I was like, am I supposed to shoot him down? So I ran out of it and had to reload the game. And then, when I finally killed him, his body clipped through the floor, so I couldn't get any of his stuff. And the game was like, yeah, that'll happen. So that was that. That was all I had. Good shit.
Incredible. So anyway, I'm just leaving Utgarder, because that's what this place is. This giant city is Utgarder.
Oh, okay. That doesn't sound right, but...
I got nothing.
Hey, wait, while we're talking about giants being giant, Utgard, Loki, and Screamer are explicitly giant. That was the whole thing. They slept in his glove.
Yeah, but that's exclusively in the Prozetta. It's in no other sources.
But the Prozetta is like the only source, well, like one of like 5 only sources we have.
No, because the Poetic Edda is between 150 and 250 years earlier than the Prose Edda as far as the actual dating of the poems. And so right? Between the pictorial evidence of, like, the Altoona runestone depicting Hemiskaviva, or Thor fishing up the Midgard serpent with Hymir, that's a 9th century runestone, where Hymir is the exact same size as Thor. Let's see, we also have, in the same vein of runestones describing stuff, where did you go? Wow. We also have a runestone from Gotland from the 8th century that shows a lot of scenes from Norse mythology, including some Jötnar that are the same size as the gods. Except Odin is bigger than everyone, and Sleipnir is huge in that.
Oh, would you look at that?
Has 8 legs in, like, 4 pairs.
Sounds like what they were doing with, hieroglyphs, where the
Exactly.
size of the person represented was about how important they were.
Exactly.
rather than
Yeah.
That's exactly what they're doing.
That's a lot of church art too, up until like right before the Renaissance.
Absolutely. So, right, as far as we have evidence, the evidence suggests that it's a post-Viking Age development that the Jötnar become giant-sized. So our earliest evidence in the Poetic Edda, or at least the old parts of the Poetic Edda, doesn't seem to really suggest that. And then our pictorial evidence doesn't really seem to suggest that there's anything systemic going on sizing.
Right. I'm just saying, this is one of those things where we can't cherry pick our sources. Like there are sources that say the giants are, or the Jotuns are like people-sized.
Sure.
And then there are sources that say the Jotuns are really big, which is why most of them split the difference and like make it so that some Jotuns are small and some Jotuns are big, or some Jotuns can like size change. That was kind of the impression I got from one of the videos I touched on in the Loki video. I'm saying it's not like more accurate for them to be all one or the other, but you know.
Yeah, my opinion on that is that in the poems, scale doesn't matter. Everyone is exactly as big as they need to be for any given moment to happen.
I mean, yeah.
We are now going to fight a bear made out of rocks.
Oh, yes. Everyone knows that highly attested creature.
His name is Steinbjörn, which means rock bear.
Of course.
He's actually really freaking scary. He's one of the hardest fights in this video game. Wow, I do fucking nothing to him. Holy shit. Oh god. I get one shot. I just got one shot by the bear.
Oh,
fair play.
I understand why they make skill trees that look like constellations, but this is really not helping with the whole it's just Skyrim again, but worse comparison.
Exactly.
No, Skyrim skill tree was better.
It was. It had that great sound design and like really made the world feel big. And...
No, but Red, the problem with the skill tree in Valhalla is that there are 3 branches that you can follow, and they like loop over on themselves. But the problem is that you don't actually know what you'll get when you invest points into any given direction, and they branch out into a million different ways. So you kind of just have to keep like putting points in and seeing what you get, because you have fundamentally no way to know what is like 2 upgrades ahead of you.
Also,
so
they all suck.
You can just like, you can leave like, you can end like at one point and go like fill out a different point in the skill tree, and I have no idea that like 2 upgrades later you get a thing that you really wanted, because it just would not reveal itself yet. It is a fundamentally horrible game design for a skill tree.
That is
I don't think
so
enough of
bad.
the like discourse on how this game works is focused on how terrible the game design is and how the skill tree works, in addition to the fact that you have skill points that you spend on the skill tree to level up, instead of leveling up and then getting skill points. You only level up once you spend the points. It's so backwards and stupid.
This game feels like it really doesn't like it when you play it.
Yes.
Correct.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
That is the correct statement. So
I do want to give it a shout out for the cool snow physics though when you run around.
Another thing this game also does with the skill tree is that everything is just everything is just incremental number changes that you have no way to actually show in meaningful benefit. Right?
We got a gear change.
We did get a gear change to double heavy shield. which is the worst. So this is what we're looking at.
That's not going to help us with the bear.
No.
I'm not gonna. I'm getting one tap by the bear. I'm not gonna like mash my face into it for the rest of the stream.
Adam,
to
what's
deal
the
with
shield
it.
you have on your left? Because that one I was talking to you earlier about the shield that looked like stained glass. That's the one I was kind of thinking of. It's like glowy and.
So this is part of the Niflheim set. Microtransaction store item. It's called Ice Wall.
I'm
Rumors.
sorry. This double shield thing looks so dumb.
It
Why
looks
do they
so
let you
dumb.
do this?
And it has Elder Futhar carved around it in a weird spiral, but once again, I am... Right, they keep claiming that all the runes are supposed to translate to something, but I'm not really sure what that something is. Mostly because I'm not good at, because I'm not very good at runes. And, like, they did get Dr. Crawford to, like, consult on runes, so that should give them, like, some authority. But at the same time, I found very few runes that actually mean something as far as I've been able to tell.
Okay, so since we're not gonna fight Rock Bear, about how much game is left? Because I'm starting to.
Not much.
I had my
Yep.
refuel with the tea, but now I'm starting to come down again. How much more of this arc is approximately left?
We fight Loki. We have a cutscene. We go fight Fenrir.
Who is Loki pulling double duty as, dare I ask?
Loki is the assassin that has been helping us the entire game in the real world. But otherwise, Loki is just Loki. It's just...
What?
Also,
Okay.
by the way, there was a request to briefly show you the glory of double flail because you thought double heavy shield looked dumb as hell.
It did.
It's just General Grievous up in here.
General Kenobi.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Oh god.
If Obi-Wan doesn't say hello there once in the Kenobi show, I'm
gonna be mad.
I'm so excited. I
I
like
don't
how
even
you
pay for
and
Disney Plus, but I'm gonna cancel it.
Double flail does indeed look stupid. Also, it's like, you know how like people who know how to use nunchucks make it look easy, and then people who don't know how to use nunchucks immediately concuss themselves trying to do the same thing?
Or neuter themselves, but yes,
Yeah.
go on.
This looks like a recipe for just immediately smashing your own skull in.
Yep.
Yep.
It super does. Anyway, let's go see Mimir's Well, because we are taking the meat of poetry, which we stole from Jotunheim, to Mimir's Well to sacrifice our eye and mix it with the mead to do stuff.
Okay. That at
That's
least
not how you get the gift of prophecy, that's just how you get sepsis.
Yes.
Yeah, well, you know, God's different rules.
And Sutunga, what of him?
Don't blame me for
So, now we get to fight Loki, because Loki is mad that we imprisoned Fenrir, because...
Safety of my people,
Duh.
for Asir, for Vanir, for all of Asgard.
This is Loki.
This is Loki.
Not for me.
You let the Jotunheim
Like actual Loki or like some
Like
guy
actual
with
Loki.
genetic memory?
Like this, we're in the mythological world, so this is actual Loki.
Why isn't he blue like the other used to?
Because he's counted amongst he is only half Jotun because of Loife, and because he gets counted among the gods and therefore is allowed to be normal.
Oh, sure.
Yeah. It's also to make him more easily recognizable with his historical counterpart, who is a Levantine assassin named Basim.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he uses whatever this sword is.
I will feed your corpse to Fenrir.
So is Fenrir still a dog and his son?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Look, he's like, don't talk to me or my son ever again. Wow. Loki is more of a pushover than that bear.
Oh yeah, Loki's way more of a pushover than this bear.
To be fair, most things are more of a pushover than bears.
It's over Loki can I have the wet now, says Natrina.
This like double shield fighting style is only like a step up from if I put my fists out and spin in a circle, nothing can touch me.
Exactly.
It's the General Grievous school of shield combat.
Goku did that once. Nobody talks about that.
It's the ultimate way to T-pose on your enemies, you just spin really fast.
Yeah.
By the way, also, you might notice Loki like uses the worst sword.
Yeah, near
Let me-
was
let me-
asking for calls on the sword.
Yep, as soon if I can get it to, it won't let me enter photo mode. I cannot photo mode during this fight.
Oh no.
So we'll look at Basm's sword because it's the same one. Hey, we can get the stun attack. Oh, nope. He lit on fire and therefore we don't get the stun attack.
So is this implied to be like literally everything that happened quite accurately, or is it being sort of warped by the fact that, you know, you're a guy reliving genetic memory? So like, is
It's
Loki,
warped.
Does he actually look like this random dude? Who you
Oh,
know
he
is-
does actually look like... So, yes and no. It's possible that he looks like this because it's Eivor filtering the fact that Basm is Loki subconsciously. But
Wait,
it also
Basm
might
is
just be...
also actually Loki?
Yes.
But this is also actually just what Loki looks like.
Cool.
It's the same face model.
This will happen again.
Bassam just has a bigger beard.
Huh.
Not even by much. He just has longer hair generally.
Yeah.
And he turns into a salmon.
I cannot be other than who I am, says the most prolific shapeshifter in Norse mythology. Fuck off with
Correct.
that, Loki. Who do you think you're fooling?
Maybe who he is a salmon.
I mean, you know.
So, yeah, he just turns into a salmon, and that's fine. By the way,
Fish
look...
crimes have commenced.
Fish crimes.
Yeah.
Fish crime time.
It's so dumb. Right? I almost like how they do Loki because they get the fact that Loki is just incredibly disruptive all the time. And right, that is just his whole thing. As far as there is a reason we can tell for Viking Age religion to have Loki, it is for him to disrupt the social order so that the other gods can re-establish it and thereby strengthen the existing order of the world. That's why he's paired with Thor, or the most reasonable interpretation as to why he's paired with Thor so often, even though Heimdallr is the one paired to kill him.
Yeah.
So, he is chaos and disruption. And so I don't despise how they do Loki overall here, in that he is, you know, overall trying to selfishly take care of exactly him and his son, and will do horrible atrocities in the name of that self-interest, and then be forced to kind of vaguely make up for them sometimes.
Yeah, it's an interpretation. It's lacking in nuance, and it definitely makes him more of a dickhead than he usually is in the actual myths. Like,
I'm not so sure on that, because the...
well, I mean, it doesn't make him worse, but it does make him more motivated, and that's actually a problem, because fundamentally in the myths, he's just dicking around.
Mostly. Except Lokasenna, and the death of Balder, where it is, where he just goes, I totally murdered Balder.
But even
it's
even
unclear.
in the death of Balder, he's just dicking around. It's not like he dislikes Balder, or he's like, I'll get revenge on Odin for fucking with my kids. No, none of that motivation comes through. He's
True.
just fucking around. That's like a fundamental core of his character, and that's why he's usually like not averse to fixing it, because he's like, consequences in my actions? Well, shit. And, you know, then he fixes it. Because he doesn't do it for a reason, because if he was doing it for a reason, he might have motivation against, you know, fixing it later or doing something else.
Exactly. So, right, that religious studies interpretation, which is pushed by Jens Peter Schott at Aarhus University, is the idea of the semantic core as a way to get at Viking Age practice out of not Viking Age sources. And so, Loki is disruptive because that is Loki's innate character. It's just who he is. While Thor is order. Thor is fundamentally orderly and incredibly violent. He's the one who kills all of the disorder. While Loki is the disorder, and so he weakens the social order, and is thinking about it in terms of, you know, what do these stories mean to the people involved with them? Not narrative as narrative, but narrative as social. And why would stories where Thor has to dress up as a woman and get married to Thrymr be told in the Viking Age? Thor is the most popular god. Why is that story getting told? And the answer that he puts forth is that, well, it weakens the social order and then reforces heteronormativity on it through the violence of the after the wedding ritual. And Jens Peter is incredibly smart, let's be clear. Like, he is one of the 4 leading scholars of Old Norse religion today.
Mm-hmm.
I don't fully buy all of his stuff, but he knows this material incredibly well.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that this isn't an interpretation that I buy. We are kind of trying to infer... I mean, this is a zone of research that I don't tend to deal with, because this is essentially the space where it's like, there is no hard evidence. You have to essentially infer through context and stuff like that.
Cleo has arrived.
Yay! And so you always end up, like, drawing from context and, like, trying to put things together to essentially interpolate the intent behind the mythology. And I think that that's an interesting form of study. It's not one I tend to deal with, because there's literally no way to do that isn't personally biased. Whereas, you know, if you're referencing the very original texts, you know, there's only so much you can fuck that up.
I mean, right, except that the very original texts represent about 500 years of development.
Well, of course.
Right, so, you and I mostly do the same thing, where we're studying the literary mythology, is how the words I use to describe that. So, regardless of Viking Age belief, it's the stories as they survive, and the stories that have been embedded in popular consciousness in the present.
Yeah.
And the way you read these sources are super different than if you're trying to read them for Viking Age ritual.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, to put it in Greek terms that I think, at least to my mind, are a little more clear. It's like, yeah, sure, we can read the myths, but, like, we have no idea what was going on at the Eleusinian Mysteries. Like, it doesn't bring us any closer to understanding, like, what the float order was like in the Panathenaic procession, you know? We can get a sense of the, you know, don't lem my plate. That's croissant crumbs.
That's why she's lemming.
But yeah, no, that's my, like, 1 cent that I can offer. It's not even 2 cents. It's not terribly insightful.
So by the way, you know, Mimir as well, the place where Odin sacrifices an eye in order to gain knowledge of the future. In this game, mixes with the meat of poetry, a different thing that Odin does that is unrelated in order to grant pseudo-immortality.
Hey, look who's giant-sized in this game.
Also, Mimir is giant-sized.
Yeah.
Even though Mimir, according to Ynglinga Saga, is one of the Aesir.
Yep.
And in Ynglinga Saga, he gets murdered by the Vanir for, you know, being an unfair trade, because Heinir is really dumb, Mimir is really smart. The Vanir murder Mimir when they realize he's the one running the show. Odin then preserves the head in garlic and consults with it in times of great need. Yep. So, yeah.
I mean, I guess it's good to have, you know, experience on your council. You want your advisors to be seasoned.
Exactly. Nice.
Come on, man. Is there any reason to make him this big? Couldn't they have just put him in, like, a glowy, like, I don't know, Nexus-y, Matrix-y thing?
I don't
This is genuinely freaking me out.
I don't
It
know.
looks like a perspective trick.
What happens is that one of the programmers was putting in the size, and instead of typing in 100, they typed in 1000.
Yeah. They were like, fuck it, whatever.
They were dragging the little, like, the box in Photoshop, and their mouse kind of glitched and just, like, flung way off the screen.
God, okay, I'm sorry. There are so many clipping issues in this cutscene alone.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Oh, by the way, violence warning, violence warning.
They brought her, like, model back in, and her braids, like, settled in from, like, a T-pose or whatever. Also, gotta love how Odin's braid is fully clipping through his own hood. Seems like the kind of thing that they'd be able to fix, you know, immediately.
Honestly, that cutscene was done pretty well.
That cutscene was done fairly well. Oh, goddammit, of course they use a fucking Vegvisir in Mimas Brunner.
Nice and tasteful.
And random bits of
as far as
Elder
eye sacrifice goes,
Younger
that's a pretty
Futhark.
good way to do it.
It is done.
No, don't squish it. What are you doing, man? Whatever.
The sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Yay.
Whosoever drinks of the mead, the World Tree will remember them.
And you? What is your sacrifice?
My liberty. Sutungur and Gunnlóðr will not forgive this trespass. They will hunt me now
Ooh.
to the edges of the 9 worlds.
What are they to you?
We ruled together for a time.
Yay,
Metaplot
Isu
Kool-aid has
lore.
been created, says Peter.
And the sacred voice.
Correct.
6 times we tried to blunt the fangs of Ragnarok, and 6 times we failed.
It's so... This is just like... Right, this is illuminating a thing that was introduced in Black Flag, and would have been better to just never be explained.
How bad are we talking?
You have returned to me what is
I mean, it's the human... The Isu being reborn as humans thing. The whole Sages metaplot was introduced first in AC4 Black Flag.
I may undo old sorrows.
And so Juno uses this to resurrect her husband Eta over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Just like throughout human history.
I'm sorry, is that different from Jupiter?
Yeah.
But Juno and Jupiter...
Don't worry about it. Yep, but...
You know, it feels like they could have solved a lot of problems by not making these all the same gods.
you would think, right? You'd think. By the way, I have a sneaking suspicion that if there is any meaningful set of runes around the edge of this, that it is one stanza from Hávamál. Der, was it? Der fjær, der freinder, der sjálfur is sama. So, property dies, kinsmen die, even the self shall die. But I know something that shall never die, the renown of a famous man.
Huh.
If there is any meaningful sentence, runes in that, it is that stanza from Hávamál. %100%. So, that wraps up the arc of Jotunheim, more or less, kind of.
Really?
Now we just get to fight the big wolf.
So we have to go back, we have to exit the simulation in order to re-enter the simulation in Ausgarðr and fight the wolf.
And then after that, I'm probably gonna have to leave.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's go fight the big wolf.
Oh, we're going back to the skull helmet.
In AC4, the way that they handled the stages was pretty good because they kept it vague. They didn't fixate on it too much. They explained the bare bones of how the concept works and just like let it exist without interrogating every single aspect of it. And like, it's a cool concept. You can get some really like interesting like resurrection psychological drama going on there if you care to lean into it, but they don't.
No,
they made St. Brendan.
Why would we make a character-driven story?
No, they do lean into it once. For the Eta sages, St. Brendan was a sage of Eta, and so is also Christian, and is deeply confused at the voices speaking to him, and goes around to all these Neolithic sites that are also actually Isu sites, and thinks that they are the Nephilim. That the Isu are the Nephilim speaking to him, and gets very confused and ends up in Vinland at the gate in AC3.
Right, okay.
So that's when they lean into it. It's just dumb.
That's almost interesting, except they go too far, and then it becomes complicated and dumb. Like the idea of a Christian saint confused because he's also like this functionally pagan character, like that's fundamentally hilarious. But they lean way too far into the logistics of it, and then it just becomes dumb because they try to make him explain Metaplot.
Right. Dangerous question. Have they touched on Joan of Arc in these games?
Not in main material.
Okay.
Not in main material.
Yeah,
give it time.
Only tangentially.
It seems like the kind of thing they could do something with if they're doing that genetic memory stuff, because the whole thing with her was that she heard the voice of angels and shit like that.
She has been explained in earlier games. She's part of the, in AC, 2, they had a bunch of, like glyph puzzles that was like the first indication of like how historically spanning the whole Assassin's Templar thing is, and they kind of explain like that, oh, Joan of Arc possessed a piece of Eden, that's part of like yada yada yada, but she never shows up in a game or anything like that. There's a chance that she might show up later, because there's supposed to be the next game is 100 Years War Black Death.
Potentially.
That doesn't overlap with Joan of Arc specifically, because the 100 Years War is obviously long. but maybe. Heck, maybe. So there's a chance for the future, but as of yet, no.
All right.
Yeah.
See, I say it could be cool, but I know how they do, so.
Yeah. Right. Don't say things might be cool for this video game, because
That's
it
the thing, as
will.
much as I want to see them like make Constantinople like peak Byzantine period in this game, I know that as soon as I like scratch beneath the surface, I'll hate it.
Yep. Correct.
Which is why I wish they did what they were originally going to do. AC1 was supposed to have sections that take you back to like Byzantine era Constantinople, and then in AC Revelations, since it's Altair again, you know, prime crusading time, there was supposed to be flashback sections that take you to Constantinople, you know, Byzantine time period as part of the flashbacks with Altair. They were supposed to have more with him, but they only had like 8 months to develop that game, so they just didn't have the time. So they asset flipped Masyaf and just made it work, and that's all they really did. But like twice they almost did it, and now this is the third time they could have, and again didn't. And I'm like,
Somehow it feels like they never have enough time to do anything that isn't an asset flip. Like, I mean, it's clear that they haven't polished up the physics engine in years.
I mean, they make a lot of new assets for like this game. Like, there's so much raw stuff happening. Like, they make so much stuff for England. How much of it's good is a very subjective decision. That I think the answer is no. But like, I will say they do make a lot for each game. They just have a very bad prioritization of what things are worth investing the time into.
It does seem like they may have changed the setting partway through development, because there are so many of the exact same copy-pasted Greek statues. Like ginormous statues of Mars all over England.
Go on.
Yeah.
In Jotunheim, I saw
So,
found a mead of incredible.
yeah, so now that we have done a absolutely butchering of Gilbeginning and Skalskapar Mole, we need to go back and we need to fight Fenrir and betray Tyr.
Great.
By this mead, I hope to.
By the way, remember, Tyr does Lord of Justice bullshit in this video game.
Fascinating.
Sigurd, who is Tyr, is really obsessed with the fact that he is the Lord of Justice, he is in charge, do not question him.
Of course.
I.e. citing Nazis in your video games in 2021.
Yeah, you know, I feel like that is actively irresponsible on their part.
Yes.
Yup. Jan de Vries and Georges Dumézil, can we please just stop citing them in stuff? I know we still need to sometimes, but can we not, please?
Yeah.
Anyway, we're going straight back to Asgard to not think.
Oh my god, why can they not animate the simplest things? Sorry, we're seconds behind. She just picked up the bowl and then her hand
it just kind of
to
clipped.
a 90-degree angle.
Yep. Yep.
I'm so confused.
Also, the bowl did not line up to our lips.
No, why would it line up to your lips? God, okay, I'm sorry. Like, I know that 3D animation has a serious learning curve. I've seen how bad it can be, but like, this is one of the biggest game companies in the world.
Ultimately, the problem is that they have made the game too big, right?
Yeah.
They have to program so many animations that they can't take time to actually polish any of them because there are so fucking many.
Which is, you know, feels like the kind of thing that could be solved by a second pass through. You know, you let it sit for about a week, you come back, you're like, oh, hold on, there's a major clipping issue in this incredibly complex cutscene. Let's fix that. Oh.
But the problem is that that's man hours. This game doesn't have man hours to spare.
Why not? What's the point?
Because
was anyone clamoring
Ubisoft...
for this thing's release?
Yes. Ubisoft Corporate was clamoring for its release. They had a strict 2-year deadline.
And the problem was that specifically they couldn't delay this one anymore because in 2019 they only had one game come out in the entire calendar year, which was Rainbow Six Ghost Recon Wildlands, which was
bad.
And then they had in 2020 they had a handful of games, one of which was Valhalla, so they needed it to land, and it did, and it sold very well. Part of the reason that they wouldn't dare have delayed this game anymore was because they were bleeding after a 2019 in which they made functionally no money at all. Because they released one game which utterly bombed.
Yep.
I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's exactly controversial to say that when you're sacrificing the quality of your art for speed and money, the art you make is not going to land well, and
But this game sold really well. That's the problem.
game
This
sold
game
well,
sold
but that's the thing.
insanely well.
Yeah, but people didn't like it that much. And
This is
that's
true.
what's
People,
frustrating. It's like, as long as they're making money, they're going to be able to keep doing this stuff. And I don't begrudge them making money. It's just, I know that you can make good games, or I know people can make good games that do very well. Not to continually compare this to their more successful older sibling, God of War 4, but it's like they did it. It was hard, and it's taxing, and they sacrificed a lot, but they pulled it off, and it was really good. And it's still kind of setting the bar. So why did this happen? And, I know why this happened. The thing is, God of War 4 was experimental. Assassin's Creed is a formula at this point.
Yeah.
And
Anyway.
it's not a particularly polished formula. It's like they don't have time or space to go through and make it actually good, or, run well, or... They spend all this time rendering new assets, and then they don't figure out how to animate them. I mean, just putting your equipment on your back, everything clips into everything else. I know that that's difficult to manage, but it's a small thing.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't know.
It's because
it
they
makes it clear
they have to
that it's not
account for
polished.
500 different weapons and 6 different types. So they
Yeah.
have to make a one-size-fits-all solution, and it's a one-size-fits-nothing. So that's what you end up getting. Anyway,
This is the kind of thing that wouldn't bother me if this was a small independent project, or I don't hold people's passion projects to the same standards I hold large organizations to. When I'm watching a bad movie and talking about why it's bad, I'm more astounded that something with that many people involved and that much money poured into it could be so bad.
Yeah.
So,
anyway,
by the way,
you're holding on a frame for us. What's going on here?
The reason why I was holding on that frame is that tree is super interesting, because that tree is a prehistoric pine tree. That specific bark pattern is attested in finds, and there has been arguments made at academic conferences that I'm not sure I buy yet, but the research was in early stages, that the bark of this petrified bark of this tree was sold as dragon scales.
Oh, that's rad.
That is a prehistoric type of pine tree that does have this sort of scale-like bark pattern. So I saw that, I was like, wait, that's actually something cool. Because we are shitting on this game a lot, justly. But every once in a blue moon, there is something actually interesting about this video game. Also, we just had the big scene, with Ivaldi and Gleipnir. They actually do Gleipnir really well. Gleipnir is said to be this really thin, weak-looking cord, instead of this big burly chain.
Right.
They cut out, that's not helpful. I need a boat, not a... Oh well, I can just swim. We're just gonna swim out to the island.
Why not?
Also, you guys gotta see a whole lot of, just the style of Asgard again.
I think my stream
Hooray.
froze. I'm still stuck on the tree.
No, I was on the tree for a long-ass time.
No, yeah, the stream's moved on. Reload the page.
Okay.
Oh yeah, geez. No, okay, no, I was just fully stuck there.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
It always kind of baffles and bothers me when something with this much hype and with, this much effort clearly put into it still looks like it could have used another round of polish,
Yeah.
Not one round of polish.
Well, okay, the thing is, I think another round of polish could have cleaned up all the clipping issues I've been complaining about. The script is a different problem.
Right, I think you are underestimating just how many bad animations are in this video game.
Alright, 2 rounds of polish. First we
3,
fix
take
the
it or
physics
leave it.
engine, and then we go, and then, give him another one for a break.
But
it's frustrating to see something where that much effort got put into it, but then they put it out before they perfected it. And there's no such thing as perfection, but you can get it to the point where it's like, all right, I don't think there's anything I want to fix right now, and that's not the case here.
Yep. By the way, this game did in Jotunheim just rip off Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. In its illusion puzzles, which are marked exactly the same way, with deer skulls, and do exactly the same thing on internal to the game. Just so you're clear. And since Overseer Orm had been saying Hellblade seems more accurate, That's because they got Elizabeth Ashman Rowe, professor of Norse literature at the University of Cambridge, and they gave her almost free reign to help write, like, the little mythological stories in the game, and she had great influence in how they were depicting beings and environments in that game.
That's rad as fuck.
So,
cool.
like, right, Ninja Theory got one of my, like, someone I hold a lot of professional respect and a lot of personal respect for. She actually still might end up being my advisor for a project at some point down the road.
Cool.
So, right, she is incredible, and they gave her a lot of authority to help sort of set the tone of that game. This game did not have that care put into their historical advisors.
Yes, but he's grown.
No.
I have kept him company, but he's consumed by a sadness I cannot understand.
Regrettable but necessary. I knew from the start this.
And by the way, Fenrir here is going to be.
Alright, sorry, this is a weird thing to sass about, but I can't see Odin as wearing anything but, like, a standard gray hoodie right now. I mean, it's just, like, what is that? Also, is his own, like, crossguard belt thing clipping through his shirt still?
No, I don't think...
What is happening?
I don't think his belt is, because this is the Altair set, so this is actually the AC1 armor.
Okay.
This was fancy.
Like a clipping issue.
The place where it breaks is because it's hooked into little triangle pieces.
Yeah, I can see it now. It looked like it was like sinking into it.
No,
obscuring the edges of the triangle.
No harm will befall the poor Fenrir.
Fenrir, yes. You know the creature's name.
So, this is another thing, you know, the game gets not a lot right with the mythology, but Tyr is said in Skaldskaparmál to be the fosterer of the wolf. So, this is a pretty reasonable thing that Tyr was set to guard it. And now, you know, instead of Tyr knowing that what's going to happen and choosing to do it anyway, this has turned into Odin betraying Tyr.
Interesting.
But a fear still hangs over Asgard.
Also, this is a crazy boss fight.
Because they had to fit in the arbitrary sibling drama. That's right.
Oh yeah. Yep.
And what do they have to be afraid
So far, this seems about accurate to the preamble for the myth. Why they were freaking out about it. Okay, I don't like how long his snoot is, though. That's not right.
Also, his, like, emaciated, horrible skin.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot I don't like about this, actually.
But they are correct that he recognizes that there's something... Ugh.
Return to Jotunheim.
Yeah, and even Tyr's explanation, like the Aesir are worried about your growing size and strength.
Yep.
Like, this part is not bad. It would be hard to mess this up. The story is written as it's written. They can just pull from the source, but you know.
Yeah. By the way, this is Peter. You say this is what Odin did to this from the last time we fought him, and for some of these injuries, yes, but he has tattoos. He has a whole mess of tattoos.
Fenrir has tattoos.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
How? Who tattooed the dog?
I don't know. But take a look. You take a look when they show not his head, and you'll see these huge, like, vaguely runestone designs all along his flank.
I mean, that's kind of rad, actually.
It's a kind of rad design in isolation, but it shouldn't burn. It shouldn't burn.
Unbind him! Here you stay,
Which is just what Fenrir means. Yeah, you can see them really clearly under the lightning. Oh, and there went his arm at the wrong place.
I know that making things interact with fur is tricky when you're 3D animating. Still. Ooh, there you go.
So, by the way, Snorri is extremely explicit that Fenrir bit off Tyr's hand at the wrist, and so the wrist has a canyon called Wolf Joint.
Ah, fucking sick.
That's pretty cool.
This game appeared to have read that line and gone, but what if we didn't?
Yeah.
So yeah, right, you can see these, like, tattoo patterns there,
Yeah,
so...
I'm more wondering, like, why is he mostly bald? To allow for being tattooed.
I can't believe they gave the fucking wolf an undercut.
God damn it. Speaking of appealing to Nazis. God damn it.
Oh god, that hurt. Hi, I am doing, like, no damage. I am doing no damage to this.
Alright, maybe you should use something that aren't your shield spinny attack.
No, people pay channel points. I know my brands.
Wait, really?
Well, yeah, people can donate channel points to make me use stuff.
Oh, interesting.
Uh-huh. That is why I've been switching my gear kind of fairly randomly.
I was wondering about that. I also like all the puns in chat. The plan getting out of hand, or you know,
Yep.
if you're catching them red-handed.
If it makes... Okay, someone gave me permission to use sensible weapons. Yay. So since we are Odin, we do not yet have Gungnir.
Aw.
Oh, Spear and Shield. By the way, Gungnir's power is it is long.
That's not that's not unusual for spears.
Right, but it's superpower. It's every Isu artifact has like a special bonus, like, superpower. So, like, Excalibur has the big flashes of light, Mjolnir can call thunder, Gungnir is long.
Like, Gungnir can get longer?
As in, it has, like, a force field that makes it longer than it looks.
Okay.
It just has a magically double-sized hitbox or something.
Oh, suddenly this is going a lot better. As we're using a Carolingian winged spear and a 11th century kite shield.
It's amazing how much better you can do when you fight with weapons.
Yeah.
What?
Amazing.
No.
I thought bludgeoning the wolf would work.
Also, the wolf, like, digs around like a Diglett. The wolf is a Diglett.
Read with the comment in the stream.
I'm sorry.
Just a subtle defeated. Ugh, this is stupid.
If you wanted, like, hot takes, you should have tuned in an hour ago.
Yeah.
Before I was completely drained by this game.
Oh, I mean, both of us have been here for 5 hours now.
Yeah.
I've been doing this for, like, 3 months now. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna take a good nap after this. I
Uh-huh.
probably won't. I don't like napping, but I will sit down and relax. I mean, I'm sitting down, but, like, I'll relax.
Yeah.
Let me rephrase my claim again.
I'm sitting down but stressing, so it doesn't count.
His head is invulnerable to damage. Well, that's exciting.
Why are his knees glowing? What the fuck?
His knees are glowing because of a bug, but they are his...
What?
If I shoot them, theoretically, it will actually stun him.
I'm sorry. What do you mean they're glowing because of a bug?
So normally, if I pull out the bow and actually aim at a target, certain weak points will pop up that'll do critical damage. They are glowing, even though I didn't have the bow out because the game bugged.
Okay.
Oh yeah, so see, now they're gone.
Huh.
There we go. Bind. Step 1. Oh! He almost didn't spawn in. Or, sorry.
Oh my god.
The gang bugged again, and so I did not actually attach to the rope as I was getting... And he quotes Völuspá at us, by the way, just in case you were curious. He quotes the Ragnarok stanzas of Völuspá.
I like that.
Yeah, I like that touch too. It's one of the few things about this that I indisputably just like.
Fenrir is... They kind of make a do a good job of making him just creepy, and I like the fact
Oh,
that
that's
he
gonna
has
hurt.
knowledge that he shouldn't have as part of that. It's like, the fuck is the deal with this wolf? Why is he getting bigger?
Oh my
Why
god.
is he so intelligent?
This game is so...
It's not anywhere near where his mouth is. It's getting chewed up in thin air by nothing.
Yup.
This game is so bad.
I mean, it's like, okay, maybe 4 passes of polish, you know?
Yeah,
But
you
that's
you
just a big
you thought they could get away with 1, and the game decided to show you differently.
I'm just, I mean, you know, I was
Wow, this
thinking
fight
they
is
have a whole
so broken.
corporate.
Oh my god.
This is like the final fight too, right? This is something they should
This
have
is
polished.
the end of the mythological story arcs. Yes, this is the last arc of the mythological story.
Do you feel like they maybe built this game in linear order, and this is the worst because it's last, and they just did not have time?
I'm not sure on that because this is terrible. This is better than Gloucestershire.
All right,
No,
I'll take your word
Red,
for it.
They didn't build it linearly. They have no fewer than 15 teams in different cities around the world working on this game at any one time. So what happened was the team that was in charge of the mythological boss fights is somewhere very far away from the main studio in wherever it was, like Montreal or Quebec. So what happened
Oh,
was
shit.
there was a team that was just working on this that had probably not a lot of communication and accountability with the main teams. And like, sure, they were talking back and forth, but like, there's a difference when you're not in the same space and you're working on basically like opposite time zones if they're anywhere in Europe or Asia. So
Right.
it's not that they were building this linearly, it's that the people who were in charge of this game were never in the same room as the people who were making this fight. Probably. That's my guess. I don't know that for a fact, it's just my guess.
And I will continue to repeat that this was better than Gloucestershire.
I mean, I'll take your word for it. It's just, you can really tell when someone making art is invested in making it good or not. Like, you know, there's a lot of other factors, but ultimately it really does boil down to that. You can tell if something was made with passion and love. And, what would you say the last AC game that felt like that was?
4.
4. Okay, cool.
4. Yeah.
Was that Black Flag? I don't remember.
Yes.
Yeah.
By the way, remember, Darby McDevitt was the narrative director for this game.
Yeah, the guy who wrote AC4 wrote this one. The problem was that he tried to do a cool new style of a narrative with looping stories where you have a main plot line that is about 5 hours long that plays out over the course of a 100+ hour game. And the way that the rest of the story works is that you go to a specified area on the map, you do an arc for about
4 hours?
5 or so hours, yeah, 4 or 5 hours, and then you never go there again and you never see those characters again. So imagine a game in which it's billed as, oh, everything feeds into the main content, but really it's 5 hours of story spread out over about 150 hours of a game, and most of it is tangential and meaningless. And that's the difference, because in AC4, Darby wrote every line of dialogue, and everything feels cool and grand and fantastical and larger than life because the characters are actually talking and the scenes make sense, and there's only about like 5 or 6 like solid hours of narrative happening that is spread out over the course of a like 15-20 hour game. As opposed to this, where there is so much raw dialogue by volume, most of it was written by other people on the team, and only a very narrow band was actually like written by this guy who has such a like godlike touch for writing good dialogue that like all of the charm of AC4 with its very carefully constructed characters, well-paced story, and very clean like thematic construction is completely ripped apart by this game trying to do so much all the time with dialogue trees that have absolutely no impact on anything, and just trying to encapsulate so much raw breadth of story that only a tiny portion of it is even approximating good.
I'm sorry. Obviously we're a few seconds behind this stream.
Yeah.
I just like how Fenrir's tossing you into the air and then like mauling you animation is completely broken, because that is now twice that you have been mauled in midair while
amazingly,
Fenrir was 50 feet away, facing away.
The first time I played this, it did not break once. Right, this is my second time doing this boss fight because, of course, I had to get ready. The first time I did it, when I was on my own, it did not break once. Ah, shit. This is bad.
You know, I wonder if this might be one of those cases where, like... Okay, just like programming-wise, there are a lot of ways to make functional programs, but one of the things that you're supposed to be very aware of is memory management. And part of this is a holdover from back when computers were way shittier. Like, you had no choice but to be extremely careful with memory allocation, because if you did anything that was inefficient, like suddenly everything was chugging, you wouldn't be able to run it at all. Now that computers are orders of magnitude better than they were back in the old days, it can feel a lot less necessary to do that kind of memory management, but it is still, like, good praxis when you are doing programming. I am getting the feeling that that is very low on the priorities list for AAA developers these days, because there's so many things about, like, game files being, like, tens of gigs, and then, like, downloads being tens of gigs for, like, updates, and you know, whole consoles chugging. I mean, God,
some games push over 100 nowadays.
Yeah, and like Cyberpunk 2077 was bricking PS4s on the first release, right? Because it was just like, clearly they had not gone through, and again, it's technically a layer of polish. Oftentimes when you're programming, what you do is you first get it working, and then you clean it up so it's working better. But a lot of times just getting it to compile is a victory all on its own. Basically what that means is that it's technically a layer of polish, and we can see that they do not polish, which makes me think that a lot of times, like, maybe just having played it once means that you get, like, just garbage piling up, you know, files that should have been cleared out that weren't getting cleared out. The game might run progressively worse every time because there's no garbage collection in place, or memory allocation that isn't being cleaned up afterwards, or there's all kinds of reasons this could be happening, but they all boil down to, you should have polished it more, but there's no time and no money and no incentive because it'll still run okay, and that's the issue. It just makes it all worse.
Yep, I agree. There is a whole lot going on there, and I think putting that on memory issues, I think, is actually pretty fair. As to why things are just not lining up. Because
I've heard of a lot of people who have more bugs as they get further on in the game, specifically to the point where my friend Lawson, on the Hook Play podcast, had noted that as he got towards the end, there were more bugs piling up, that each of which would progressively be more and more game breaking, to the point where he had to borrow a friend's Stadia account to log in and play the end of the game because his save was completely broken and he could not progress the plot without literally restarting the whole game. So he's like, I'm just gonna jump on my friend's save and try this other thing instead.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, when you have that kind of just build-up of stuff, I mean, it's like how if you don't restart your computer for a while, things slow down and start chugging. I'm guilty of this. I almost never restart my computer.
Same.
And it basically just means that, like, you know, there's garbage collection protocols, and there's stuff, like when you open a program, it makes temporary files. When you close it, ideally, those temporary files get cleared out.
This is the final cutscene of the arc, by the way. Just so you know, we are in the final cutscene of the arc. So.
Yeah, but yeah, there's a level of cleanup that gets done on a full restart that does not happen when you're just, you know, tooling around, or, I mean, even a full shutdown, I think, does more than a full restart. And just like when weird glitches and bugs are piling up, it's usually just because there's temp files and, like, things getting assigned and allocated, and, like, pointers and memory and stuff. It's just things clash in weird ways, especially on modern computer systems where so much is happening, it is almost impossible to predict, like, all of the ways that your program will interact with other programs. Basically, if you're seeing that kind of just buildup of things getting worse and worse, it's probably something fucked up somewhere in the memory allocation, the optimization, and just, it could have been cleaned up and fixed during the you know, the bug smashing process, but they didn't. And, you know, no game and no program is ever really perfect exactly, because that's straight up impossible, and also, again, it engages weirdly with other programs on the system. But there's a degree of functionality you are supposed to try and get to before you release something. But if you have a good enough system, you can afford less optimization because it'll still run, you know, not great, but usually the bugs won't pile up so horribly until the end of the game, ideally. Again, you know,
So-
it's good praxis, but they don't have the time or the effort or the motivation to do it.
So, now that you talked over the final cutscene of the video game, or of the mythological story
I
arc,
won't apologize. Not for this game.
well, there's just a lot of stuff that happened in that arc, or in that moment. But I do want to point out Fleethskelf here, and the most common animal on Fleethskelf, besides the ravens.
Mm-hmm.
What are those?
Lions?
Those are lions. Those are lions. Gary and Frecky who? Gary and Frecky who?
Yeah.
So yeah. Also, it looked like Freya was using Excalibur. I'm pretty sure Freya was using Excalibur.
I mean, that's kind of rad, but deeply unsupported.
Is Freya Randvi?
No.
That a thing?
No.
No. Okay. I couldn't tell if I was just noticing a similarity in the character animations or if they just have like 3 faces for women, which
They have,
is the
like,
case
4
in
faces.
Assassin's Creed Odyssey. No, you fucking laugh. There literally are only like half a dozen faces that they use for women. It famously is a problem in one of the side quests because you need to tell the difference between 2 people. It's just the same person.
At least tell me they gave her different hairstyles.
No. Barely.
God.
Wild. So, yeah, that was the mythological story arcs of this video game. As we now run through Asgard, which, you know, is chock full of these, very Norse-looking statues.
Yeah. So fun.
Alright.
You know, statues of Mars.
Looks like Atlantis again.
Yeah, it does look like Atlantis because they're both Isu architecture.
Oh, well, that's a way to explain it.
Yep. It's definitely not just asset reuse, no? Or asset modification? No.
No, of course not.
You know, there's no
Wow,
point
what
in
a
me even
time.
like going out to the exit. I can just do this.
Just fast travel out.
Oh, Rainbow Bridge. That's
well.
kind of gnarly.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking us through.
Uh-huh.
I was looking forward to this. This was everything that I wanted it to be and more.
Perfect.
It is truly terrible.
Oh God.
It is. This video game makes choices, and as I said, right, overall, the mythological arcs in this game, they have the eternal problem of like Norse myth adaptation of they're telling the same 4 stories and trying to like make a actual character development plotline out of them by telling them all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a good strategy. God of War does it, and it's only like a little bit successful. AC Valhalla does it, and it's not at all successful. Rick Riordan does it, and it's mostly unsuccessful.
You have awakened.
It is the modus operandi for telling mythological stories, and it's not a super good way of doing it. But, as far as it goes, this is still somehow far from the worst this game has offered us.
Sorry, hold on. I think, okay, chat just said that Tyr had Excalibur, and I think I know why they did that. I think what they're doing is they're having Excalibur pull double duty as the Sword of Light, one of those 4 treasures of the Tuatha, which is Nuada's sword before he gives it to Lu. And Nuada is missing a hand, Tyr is missing a hand. They're probably saying they're the same guy.
Oh, they're I don't know if they'll say that Nuada and Tyr are the same, but they absolutely are saying that, like, it is possibly, it's not clear, but Excalibur might be Tyr's sword.
I'm sorry.
King
is there
Arthur's
a
sword.
wolf fully clipping
Yes.
through your body?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the sword, the fictional Sword of Light, Tyr's sword, Excalibur, it might be, right, it's not clear whether it's this sword or another Aesir sword that's Gram, as in Sigurður Fáfnismani's sword. And also a description in it says it might be the hard edge of Kuroi. Because it says that Excalibur can break anything, and there's one sword in Irish myth that has that. And it's owned by the hero Kuroi.
I do like that that Irish
Kuroi?
has so many cool swords.
Yes.
Like, it's
Right,
like making up the
Emmett, you were the one who pointed this out to me.
But I did nothing.
Right? That is hard edge?
I was unmoved by his pain. Not hateful, but I did not regret my indifference.
Oh, it's Fergus. Sorry, it's not Kuroy. It's Fergus. Fergus McRoy. Oh, okay.
Selfishness unmeasured often feels this way.
Sorry, I am not a specialist in Irish. So it's Fergus's sword instead.
A final vision from the Nornir, the coming of Ragnarok.
But point stands.
Point stands.
Different character.
There's
Point
a
stands
magic
is dumb.
sword where if you threaten someone with it, they're unable to lie. That one's my favorite because that's
That's
a power
cool.
regular swords have too if you're intimidating enough.
And stood and marched to our doom. That was the end.
That's very funny.
Oh wait, where'd the wolf go? Hey!
The wolf wandered off. It's our pet wolf. Its name is Dwolfka.
Eivor Wolfpants.
I can make sense of no more.
God.
So,
The thrust of
this
these visions
contextualizes the metaplot.
As in your first reverie.
This contextualizes what we'll see in 2 weeks when we fully do Norway 2, Electric Boogaloo, and the hot nonsense that is the endgame.
Perhaps his tale is a warning.
But we have a week before that where I have to deal with all of the rest of the video game 2.0.
A personal exile.
Oh, no, Ireland's in 3 weeks.
Oh, that comes later? Okay.
Yeah, so next weekend, I'm getting GeoAnomaly, the geologist that was on earlier, on to do the cleanup and talk about environments in this game. Then the week after that will be the finale of the main story. We're not going to do Hamptonshire because screw it, I'm too lazy. And I'm too sick of this game. And then May 1st is Ireland.
Okay.
Oh, Christ.
I'm a little bit... I am weirdly kind of interested to see how they do Francia, because maybe it's just because we don't know about it as much yet compared to what they've, like, said about Ireland, but, like, I feel like they might actually do a better job with Francia because there's less, like, there's less weird pagan stuff to exoticize, you know? Like, I actually feel like there's a chance it can be decent, and I'm worried because I know that that's wrong, but I still feel that way in my heart. And I don't know how to reconcile that.
We'll probably just bring in Lancelot and call it a day, right? Or, you know, if they, like this is a France expansion thing, right? There's
This'll be probably
the thing
July.
is, if they cared about source material, this could be where they pull in like the Lady of the Lake shit and you know all the other stuff looped into Lancelot's backstory.
Don't do
which they
any of
could-
that though, please.
Okay.
Right,
Yeah,
because
but the thing
Lancelot
like,
is 12th
They
century.
could leverage that into more pagan hot nonsense. I'm just saying, it's not inconceivable.
I know it's not inconceivable, but also Lancelot is like 12th century and is fanfiction. Please don't.
Everything's fanfic, dude.
But even on the standards of fanfic, Catin de Troyes literally went, Lancelot, here's my cool OC, don't steal. It's like,
The only reason why people think that that's more fanfic than the rest of Arthurian folklore is because we know the name of the guy who added him in. That's the only reason it feels more like fanfic.
But the point stands is that specifically Celtic cultures are done the dirtiest in this game and exoticized by
Yeah.
far the most. I think Adam, that's a true statement. Correct me if I'm
Yes.
wrong. But
Yeah.
the fact that it is not Ireland means that the Francia storyline will be fundamentally less bad.
yeah, and they're doing
with
they're doing the 886 Siege of Paris as this, which they're going to put a bunch of people in kind of randomly, I'm sure, but is such a hilarious one to me, just on the grounds of it was like a couple hundred actual soldiers in Paris versus up to 10,000 Norse invaders. And the Vikings lost the siege.
Say they're using troll.
Okay, I
I'm
think
sorry,
before
what's
we get
happening?
into this fight, I think this needs to be where I pop out.
Reasonable.
Sorry.
This is the last thing we're gonna do because they wanted me to show you. These are the daughters of Larion, i.e. King Lear, i.e. this is Reagan.
Wait, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean King Lear is in this game?
King Lear is dead in this game, but his daughters are alive and very angry. They
Alright, that's me out.
Yup.
Peace.
Yeah, this is a new level of stupid. I think I'm gonna dip out too.
Fair. This is truly the last thing we're doing. There are 3 fights in this game, and I don't want to waste time doing all 3 at the once.
Cool.
Ow.
Well, this is lovely, but...
Uh-huh.
Yeah, have fun fighting this completely achronal, Shakespeare character.
Thank you.
In Viking times. Alright.
See y'all.
Later.
Yep.
Have a good time.
Bye. Ow. Would you fucking... Please? Why are the... Quick dog. There we go. Please work. Thank you. Also, yeah, she does just do, like, magic bullshit. Oh, god damn it. Really? That didn't work? Why? Also, now everything is on fire.
Scream, I shall quiet.
A greater darkness fuels.
Also, she has ears. She has ears on her thing. Just because. Just because. Is there rhyme, reason, or logic to this? Nope. Ow. God damn it. There we go. Got the quick dodge. Ah, got it again. Okay, so sorry, I need to focus about this fight because I had no... Throughout most of this fight, I have had no way to heal, apart from, like, consecutive damage.
Enough of this crackling and welching. Let rest your demons.
So that was fun. Hello, Ragdoll. So yeah, that was Regan, the middle daughter of King Larian, according to Geoffrey of Monmouth, better known as King Lear, according to Shakespeare. Once again, this game is obsessed with paganism being skulls, and at this point also just random crap, because these look like they're toes. They're actually too long to be fingers. I think they're toes. Those are like people's toe bones strapped to her cheeks. And teeth, and coins, question mark, and ears, and horns, and another slightly smaller human skull. As a prize, we get Thor's battle plate. Which just is Thor's battle plate. But yeah, also nice high cross, nice like 10th century high cross design. Totally a church nearby for this, right? Right. Also, random megaliths. Truly random megaliths in East Anglia. We'll take care of Cordelia next week, when I can inflict it on a different someone. So, I hope you all enjoyed this. If you did, make sure to, one last plea, remember to subscribe and follow the channel. Because also, you know, I've been talking a lot about the weekend streams, but I stream on Wednesday evenings too, for a variety of other games that are significantly better than this one almost all the time. So, right, last week we did the beginning of Greece, which is lovely and peaceful and incredibly beautiful and well made. I don't know what I don't quite know what we're gonna do on Wednesday this week. I'm still figuring that out, but it will be something. Anyway, this was a whole lot. There is just so much going on. Sanity check. You know, I think I'm doing better than red or blue. I have been inoculated to the question marks. And there are still plenty of question marks. But, you know, we are so close to the end, we just have 3 more weeks, you know? And yeah, seriously, we've got some fabulous guests coming up in the next 2 weeks. Even though they're not OSP, they are incredibly smart, incredibly talented scholars of a whole bunch of stuff. And you will hear us all collectively lose our minds repeatedly. So,
Good boy.
let us find a dog to pet, and then we shall end the stream. Okay, this was Jotunheim. So, good night everyone, and I hope you all have a lovely rest of your weekend. Bye-bye.